to land. I do. Thank you for this too. I do. But you have a clue. Take it, then it's wow. You hang me out to dry. I can see you every night. Rain. I do. Now standing in your line. I do. Hope you have the time. I do. Pick up number 2. I do. Keep on stay with you. Take advantage while you hang me out to dry. I can see you every night. Free. I do.
But that's the beauty of it, don't you see? It's always better, in brackets, worse than you remember. And that's the joy of our... what's the crap I'm trying to spew? Something introspective and philosophical that comments on our existence and our perceptions of the past. That's what I'm getting at. Also, I'm pretty sure these super soldiers just get taller and taller every time. You know what that means?
Janet Jane.
They're gonna have bigger poops.
Hello vtuber. Janet Jane. Any new char designs going on?
No. I'm afraid not. I have been the last... What's that? 2? Yeah, I think mainly the last 2 weeks. I've just been,
420.
balls to the walls, doing uni assignments. I don't think I have my grades yet. But it should be a pretty solid grade. I worked fucking hardcore
Janet
parkour
Jane.
on it.
Seen Epic Gym stream? He's
I've
doing
seen...
pretty well for 4x cancer.
Indeed. I saw a bit of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. We might go watch that. But yeah, I haven't been doing too much apart from uni work. And I'll probably have to do some over the week, but I should have a lot more free time for a bit. But I think we got a good couple of weeks before assignments start getting due again. So, for all intents and purposes, school's out. Also, I've figured out I can blink one eye at a time now. See? No, wait, I'm not doing it right. Haha! One eye and the other eye. Haha! Advancements in technology. The future is here. Well, I mean, technically the future's always here, because the future is just 1 second ahead of us, and we will always end up... Time will always end up passing, so the future is now, but the future is also the past, but, you know, that's just the nature of time, because time isn't a real thing, it's just a system of measurement, so it's easily manipulated and blah 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 blah. Anywho, enough talking about time travel. What am I actually gonna do today? Not a lot. I do want to work on this little animation thing.
I haven't slept in like 3 days because I'm getting off Zero Quill, so I made a dubstep song about who's smoking crack.
Ah, yes, I need to go listen to that. Ah. Crack's fucking cheap. Well, cocaine in general is pretty cheap in the United States. It's extremely expensive here because you can't grow it anywhere nearby. It all has to get imported. With strict border control and shit like that, it's very expensive to get inside the country. So cocaine and heroin are extremely expensive in Australia. That's why everyone just smokes pot and does meth instead. Because we can grow that locally, or rather produce that locally. I know a guy who knows a guy who once did cocaine, and it's a pretty good drug. And that guy, who I know, who did cocaine, that isn't me, he would say that it makes perfect sense why a bunch of rich business tycoons in America would end up doing cocaine all the time. Yeah, boy. Alright, where's the button I'm looking for?
Hint of shrimp. All I know is the CIA is the reason black people are all addicted to crack.
Probably. The CIA is involved with fucking up a lot of things throughout the world. But hey, what do you expect from American intelligence? Look, I don't mean to be rude to the Yanks, but you've always had a piss-poor fucking track record when it comes to gathering your own intelligence. I mean, for fuck's sake, if you want the most recent example, look at the disaster with the fucking Afghan exit. Oh, well, our intelligence says that we'll have at least 2 months before the Afghans end up taking Kabul. Yeah, and they took the fucker in a week. That's what happens when they trust their own goddamn intelligence.
Splattered. G-Day, Chile.
How's it going, Splattered? But yeah, everyone I know who's served overseas with the Americans in the Middle East and shit, they all say that at every opportunity the Yanks just go to the Australians because we have the best intel. Mainly because people actually want to talk to us, and we actually want to talk to them. So we just rock up and we're like, hey, you know where the Taliban are? And they're like, oh yes, Taliban, they live over there. And then you go kill them and you're like, alright, is that all the Taliban? And they're like, no, we're the other half of the Taliban, but we just want to go farming. Different type of Taliban. And you're like, there's more than one Taliban? And he's like, yes, Taliban is split into like 5 different sects. And yeah, that's why Afghanistan is ungovernable. It's just a bunch of tiny little factions that all want to murder the shit out of each other until a foreigner rocks up. Then they all just gang up on the foreigner. It's like, how do I describe it? It's just like a... Well, it's just Afghanistan, really. And there's nothing else like it. The good old graveyard of empires. Fun. But hey, I don't know how the news of that's going. I mean, most countries have had their evacuations and shit like that. I don't know why I keep going on a rant about this. This is a very awkward conversation, alright? Because for some reason you don't want to turn your head, you don't want to tilt your head down and get a better view of me. We can't see each other eye to eye. I feel like this is a very condescending conversation, even though you said nothing. Oh well. Button! Ah, yes, that's the one I want. Oh, but I got the wrong background. Hang on. Not that one. Aha! That one! Ah, yes. It's all coming back to me.
Hint of shrimp. Afghanistan has fantastic hash.
They do. I know a guy who was a, well, I guess we're long since disconnected now. He was an illegal immigrant from, Pakistan. And yeah, he had a mate in Pakistan that would, send him some hash from his country. We used to smoke that while quote-unquote working. Oh, and in the background we got, another Senate hearing. So this is, old K-Dog, who's one of the former Australian Prime Ministers, talking about, This is on News Corp, so in Australia that's Sky News, mainly the Australians. Well, basically all the newspapers and all the mainstream news outlets. I think mainly for video. So he's got the largest. Sky News has the largest Australian YouTube channel, and they're also one of the largest what's it? Pay TV news networks. So in Sky News, all pretty shit, really. All pretty shit. But before we listen to that, I want to listen to Shrimp talk about smoking crack. I don't want to save it for later. I already got it saved on the fucking...
I didn't think I had to do this. But you left me no choice. Tonight.
Very industrial.
Hint of shrimp. Alright. I do love the industrial vibes. I do like the slow beat. Hang on. Check my audio. No, not that one. Hang on. We'll lower this a bit. Aha. Okay. So, when you have the drop and the bass line here and shit kicks in, it might be because I got lower quality headphones. I don't have proper high quality audio headphones. I just got something cheap after I broke the last one. Because I have a tendency to throw my headset when I crack the shits, as all proud gamers do. I don't go through many keyboards. I go through a decent amount of mouses, but I think the main one I go through is headphones. But my main point that I'm getting at is I reckon you need more movement in the bass line, and by that I mean... let me listen to it again, hopefully I can explain it better. Hang on. Hint of shrimp. Go for it, man. I love feedback.
So, I reckon... Hang on, I'll try and show it like this. But basically, you need to... I'll try to explain it first, and I'll show it. Basically, what I reckon would be better is if you fiddle around with the position of the drums when it comes to both speakers. So, like, hang on. What the fuck is this? Oh, God, I know what this one is. Okay, I'll show you this in a bit. But, to go for something like this.
Hint of shrimp. So panning.
Yeah, kind of panning. That's the word. So I reckon for like different parts of the or different types of bass lines, because obviously you got a mix of different sort of instruments and lines going off over there. Load you can't. Okay. Sorry. Can't doing yard work next door. Alright. Where's what I'm looking for?
So like in this, if you could use this to like separate the audio here, because I'm pretty sure you're using FL. So that's more to merge to the center, and that's pushing it out further to the side. And also I reckon just doing shit like where's the one I'm looking for? Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, painting like this should be good. But yeah, that's the main point I want to get at, is I reckon using panning to move around the emphasis of the different instruments and bass lines as they're all going off will help give it a little more depth and energy to it. Because I reckon plainly, it sounds pretty good. But you got a lot of activity in the sound, but it all still kind of sounds flattened. But I reckon that will help add a lot of depth. That's my opinion. Help bring it out a little more. And it's also good because when you move shit around, it helps prevent...
That's a fantastic idea, Heavy Black Heart, thank you.
No worries, man. Because yeah, you'll notice that when you... If you have multiple instruments going off at once and they're all put on the same sort of panning location, it all kind of levels itself out. And especially, a good thing that panning can do, because you're putting emphasis on different parts of little sides of the speaker and shit like that, it can help prevent collision or overlapping from the bass. Like if your bass line is pushed towards the end of the stereos, while you have the kick more in the middle, the bass impact from the kick is going to collide or overlap less with like the bass line, the bass from the bass line, so it prevents that shit from overlapping. But I think that would be the best criticism I can come up with for this. See, like, I reckon, like, here, when you have those 3 triple hits, like, do, like, start, like, on one side for the first 3, and then on the other side for the second 3, and then, both sides for the last bit. Shit like that. I reckon it'll add a lot of depth and movement. Or I could be talking out of my ass. We won't know until we experiment. Oh, look, it's North Korea. Oh, now. Let me show you a god-awful abomination I've made that might potentially get me copyright struck. So you know it's going to be good. Be wild. Alright, so I want to get this up and going. So, one of the this guy, Alien, is live. I was doing the stinger for him.
Nah, dude, what you're saying is stuff other people have told me too.
Oh,
You're not wrong at all.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now I don't feel original. My criticisms are as generic as everyone else's. I can't believe my parents lied to me about being the main character. Alright, so we're going to do a real shitty animation for this alien. Well, actually, one of Alien's mates. But yeah, I would like to leave you all to enjoy this for a bit. Ah, the copyright is incoming. Hang on, we've got a... No.
And the rain will kill us all. We throw ourselves against the wall, but no one else can see the preservation of the martyr in me.
There you go. That's your dose of cancer for the day. Hey, a little bit of cancer now will prevent more cancer in the future.
Hint of shrimp. I'm in pain, holy fuck. Janet James. Nice. Just like that will it blend .mp3 of yours.
Yep. I just got real. I think that was right after I finished
Janet
my
James.
assignment.
Good
I was
for
like,
multi and sandbox games back
yeah, I think that was literally the second I got home after finishing the assignment. I was just got real fucking hammered and made that. Alright, now let's listen to boring shit. So I think this is in, so this is the Senate inquiry into, News Corp, spreading COVID misinformation. They ended up getting, Sky News ended up getting temporarily suspended on YouTube because of it, which is a pretty good meme. And of course they used that as your whole angle. Oh my god, it's an attack against free speech. But yeah, obviously it's a lot more questionable here in Australia than it is over in the United States because, you're not allowed to use your freedom of speech to intentionally cause harm to other people. And that's pretty much what, spreading, COVID misinformation can be classified under. If the information that you're spreading, can lead to, people injuring themselves. Through one way or another. So we're gonna listen to that. While I do some drawing.
It's also the view more than half a million Australians who signed a petition concerned about the future of media diversity in our country and their interest in a
And we're doing it.
C0MIKX. Yo, what's up?
Oh, how's it going, comics?
And their contention that is being
Ah.
by the
Let's draw some abject fucking crap.
of the emerging and present Murdoch media monopoly. In the
We're
next
just gonna do this as cheaply and lazily as possible.
5 quick points. The first is when we are dealing with the most recent developments concerning the reporting by Sky News of the pandemic. We are brought face to face with the fundamental question as to who calls the shots in the Murdoch media empire.
C0MIKX.
Reporting, we know that
Nothing much, just doodlin' LOL.
Murdoch,
Ah, aren't we all? I just gotta fucking see how rusty I am.
Mr. Whittaker. Mr. Whittaker's contention is, and I took a note of what he said, is that
And listening to boring shit.
Murdoch does not influence directly Sky News. Again, I would challenge that for the
Yes,
simple
dude.
reason that Lachlan Murdoch himself, in the very year that Mr. Whittaker took over as CEO of Sky News Australia, said, Senator Carr's referred to this already, what I do, that's Lachlan Murdoch, running a media organisation, is obviously work closely with the managers of those newsrooms, that means Sky, and with the managers of those newspapers, the digital platforms. And it's important that they, quote, get the positioning and the messaging right, unquote. So in other words, when you've requested Mr. Lachlan Murdoch to attend this inquiry, it's not just a matter of colour and movement and interesting journalism and reportage. It's because it goes to the essential nature of power within the Murdoch media operation, and who calls the shots, and who dictates the editorial direction.
I've already made a mistake. I should have coloured in the paper first before drawing on it. See, this is what we're on the lookout for.
Utterly spineless, given the power which he wields within the operation. And Mr. Whittaker knows that Mr. Murdoch wields that power. The second point relates to the most recent controversy about Sky News' coverage and YouTube's response.
By the way, what was... I don't think there's been any big news stories I've missed out on, or that have happened while I've been gone. Because we had the, obviously, Afghanistan exit. Australia's had some fuck-ups with, containing the virus. So there's a lot of headbutting over that.
Its various platforms in Australia. Nor is it a laughing matter. In fact, when you look at just some of the when we have Sky News out there caught out denying that this is even a pandemic. Well, that's
Hint of shrimp. I'm just now realizing that pic you're using for the stream is SIG boxes. Jesus, that's so morbid.
Oh yeah, I remember that one, yeah. It's so good. Oh, have you? I don't know if you've been around for any of the streams, Shrimp, where I explained because when I worked on the farm, obviously me and a bunch of other guys, we all smoked, and we all came up with nicknames for all the different pictures you get on the packets. And because I think the guy in the cigarette in the DP picture has the Eye of Sauron, so that's the one for the blindness. There was the blowjob, which was the one from the mouth. There was the steak dinner, which is the tar-infected lung. There's Sexy Cynthia, which was this woman who was, she's like, she looks 20 years older from smoking. There's, Sick Cunt Brian, who's the guy that has a picture of, that's like, dead of cancer. Yeah, there was a bunch of ones. We all had nicknames for them. Eye of Sauron was one of my favorites, though. Because I got that one a lot.
Can experiment on the public. That's false.
Ooh, I know there was another thing of, I don't know if it's still around, but there used to be this meme page, which was like, I think it's something like In a Fair World or some shit like that. And basically, what the page was people doing photoshops of all these dangerous products and having them look like cigarette packets. So there was one for, like, a McDonald's Big Mac, where it was just, like,
Hint of shrimp.
plain grey cover.
I smoked from age 15 to 26.
Ooh, solid. When did I start cigarettes? I don't think I really started cigarettes till... I think about 17. I think that's when I really got into them. When it came to herbal remedies, alternative medicine we'll call it. Yeah, I was smoking that 15. By the way, for anyone who doesn't smoke tobacco and is curious, don't do it. It's not worth it. Well, maybe in your country, but in my country, cigarettes are absurdly expensive. And so it's a very expensive way to fuck up your lungs. But yeah, don't get into smoking. It's not worth it.
They say you can't trust state medical authorities because they're all health fascists and that face masks...
I mean, the only reason... nowadays, the only reason I would ever buy cigarettes is because I can't get any alternative medicine, and I plan on driving a lot, so I can't get drunk. That's pretty much it. But even in my country, there's very few places where you're allowed to smoke. You have to go to designated smoking areas, or you can get hit with a pretty big fine.
Nothing to inhibit the spread. Well, that's both false and false. And here's the real reason. That the virus itself will have been contrived by a group involving the CIA and Bill Gates, possibly with the aim of demolishing capitalism. That's not just false, that's stark-raving mad. And so, therefore, when you see that in terms of the reporting and the commentary from Sky News, these are not insignificant claims. They actually contribute to the wider belief in the community by that vaccines don't work, or that the coronavirus pandemic has been overstated and exaggerated. What I found interesting just now, Senators, is that Mr. Whittaker was challenged by one of you as to whether he accepted the accuracy of YouTube's decision that this constituted disinformation. He refused to agree with the proposition that it equaled disinformation. That is the chief executive of Sky News Australia not accepting YouTube's determination that what I have just read out equals disinformation. That goes to the heart of the problem. That's the heart of the beast saying. He further said that, for example, on the crack cures, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, that of course they're not out there for the business of advocacy. Well, again, that's just not true on this.
Oh, here's a
Let me just quote from.
here's another fun one. Hang on a minute. Let me turn the light on and I'll show you this. Where's me fucking phone? Ah, yes, here we go. So, there is this shit cunt MP, Craig Kelly. Yes, here we are. Images, and then we'll go, we want his text. See if we can get some images of that. Ah, yes, here we go. So, this guy, Craig Kelly, completely useless, doesn't really do anything. The only reason he got into office is because he was able to attract the conspiracy hardliner demographic in Australia. So he originally entered as a member of the Liberal Party, and the Liberal Party, he was basically a tumor on the Liberal Party. These are the party in charge, because the guy was fucking balls to the walls, hardline conspiracy theorist, talked shit about everyone, and was a 24/7 public embarrassment. But the Liberals, the LNP, had to keep a hold of him because they only had 2 seats to spare, otherwise they would have been in a minority government. So basically, they had to keep this guy tagged along, even though he was fucking up everything for everyone. Eventually, I think he ended butting heads with the LNP over his behaviour, and so he ended up leaving and then joining the United Australia Party. And the United Australia Party, the UAP, and not this one, the images. No, not UFO. United Australia Party. Here we go. These shit cuts. So this fat fuck, Clive Palmer, who is one of the most hated people in all of Australia, and is definitely one of the most hated people in my town of Townsville, because this dumb fuck, well, there's a whole laundry list, but I'll go for the main one. Everyone hates him. He was in charge of this nickel refinery that had extremely poor standards and constantly abused its workers. And then when the government started crawling up his ass about all of this, he just closed down the mine and everyone immediately lost their jobs. And he withheld all of their rightful pay as well. And then his brother, I'm pretty sure, was in charge of the company at the time. And now his brother has fled to go into hiding in Romania. So clearly very, very good things there. And the state government has been trying to fucking get their hooks into this guy so they can sue the living shit out of him. Because he abandoned the company and shut down the refinery and refused to pay back everyone's rightfully owed pay, pretty much the government had to do that on their behalf, so we had to pay for his fuck-up. Which is fair enough, as long as we actually get the guy. But, obviously one of the wealthiest people in fucking, Australia, so it's very difficult to keep a hold on the guy. So, after pissing everyone off, he figured he'd try to run for office, and so he, made the United Australia Party. Which wasn't even his idea. The United Australia Party existed many years ago. He's just brought it back from the dead. And he spent over $100 million on one of the largest propaganda campaigns in the country and ended up losing his one seat. So he spent $100 million to fail. So now, this fucking idiot and this fucking idiot have teamed up together to combine their stupidity to annoy everyone and piss everyone off even more. And hence why I bring you to these text messages. I have these on my goddamn fucking phone right now. This fucking idiot keeps goddamn texting me trying to get me to vote for him. Hang on a minute, I'll read out the text for you. Here we are. The first text. You can never trust the Liberals, Labour or Greens again. Authorised by Craig Kelly, United Australia Party. Click this link. uapck.info. By the way, so hang on, I think it's got it here. Yeah, there's the link there. By the way, you can't, when I was at uni, and I went to click this link, the link is actually blocked on the uni network because it's considered spam. And yes, hang on, I've got two more. No, one's just a link to his homepage. Protect Freedom, UAP Craig Kelly. And then another one is Australian Government's COVID-19 Vaccines Adverse Effects Report. Click link to uaptga.info, authorised by Craig Kelly, and he just gives you a giant sheet of numbers with absolutely no context to anything. So the numbers don't actually mean anything. But yeah, I assume they're spending a whole lot of money on this shit, because, well, you're gonna have to pay for all these bots and crap to do this on your behalf. You're gonna need a bunch of lawyers and shit to make sure you don't cross the line. And, for fun fact, for double points, I think it was Crikey, one news outlet ended up cracking their shits. And so they ended up putting out Craig Kelly's mobile number to the public. So now random people in the public are texting him all the time to tell him to shut the fuck up. And this guy tried to sue Crikey over it, saying that it was handing out personal information to be attacked. At which point Crikey pointed out that you're a member of parliament, you're a public representative, your phone number and shit like that's public information. It has to be public information. You can't run as a representative of the public and then give the public no means of contacting you. So yeah, that's a little fun little detour that's been happening over here. A nice little dumb that's been brewing up in the corner. A fun little sidetrack, the story of our kangaroo politics. I think currently the United Australia Party have to be one of the least successful and most widely hated parties of them all. Like, I know I've heard people say positive things, and I can understand why people might have an interest in parties like One Nation, even though they're fucking shit and useless parties. I can understand why people would be drawn to it. As for the United Australia Party, I don't really know who they're supposed to appeal to. They don't represent anyone, and they don't plan on representing anyone. It's just kind of they're just trying to represent themselves. It's fucking weird. like, I don't know which part of, yeah, I don't understand which part of the public demographic they're supposed to appeal to. Like, obviously, your standard ones are, like, your Liberal Party is supposed to appeal to, like, your homeowners, your business owners, you know, your multinational elites who don't want to pay any tax. And then you have the Labour Party, which is supposed to appeal to, the unions, you know, working class people, tradesmen, that sort of thing. And then you have the Greens, which are, you know, designed to appeal to the more academics, you know, obviously environmentalists and shit like that. And then you got One Nation, which is designed to appeal to, like, sort of nationalist. Classic old school, we'll call it old school Australia. And by that I mean white Australia. But, you know, they got their own niche to appeal to. And you got the Nationals, which they're supposed to represent the rurals, even though they don't. And then you have, like, farmers, with the shooting fishers and farmers, or, like, what's his name, Bob Catter's party, which actually do more accurately represent rural sort of districts. But the point is, you can see they're all representing they try to appeal to and represent a demographic in Australia. The United Australia Party doesn't really have that. I think the closest demographic they have to representing and appealing to is conspiracy nuts. And yeah, that's not a sustainable that's not a sustainable demographic, you know. Because conspiracy nuts, by the nature of them being conspiracy nuts, they want very little to do with any real politics. They're extremely unlikely to go vote for anything. Because they're either the type of person that says, oh, I don't want to vote for anyone because, you know, that's how they get you registered and then they can track you through the system. Either that, or the other one is, oh, I'm not going to vote for anyone because they all just suck. So it's an extremely unreliable voting base. And I don't know why you would try to appeal to them. But anyway, that's a bit of a political, democratic analysis there. I hope you all enjoyed that. I know I did, as you can tell by my extensive rant on the subject. Anywho, back to boring.
Rowan Dean, who said the jury is in on hydroxychloroquine, it saves lives, unquote. That's not discussion, that's advocacy. What Mr. Whittaker just told us that of course do no such thing. Senators, it's not just that Sky News, Murdoch's platform in Australia, has put this out there. Part of the reason we're having this debate is that the platform itself is now massively powerful. It's not just watched by a bunch of far right-wing nut jobs late in the evening. It now has a much wider dissemination. That's why Sky has gone onto YouTube, and that's why Sky is now being broadcast on free-to-air television across regional Australia as of 1 August this year. So this disinformation is not just an academic matter. It's out there in the mainstream community. The fact that you've got 9 million views a month, that's Sky's own figures, through their various
Janet Jane.
is highly
I remember your political party Wafus video back when you had some big voting event.
Yeah,
is highly significant.
that was the old election.
1.3
That was the...
views of Sky content
Ah, fuck, I can't remember.
on YouTube
20...
time.
2019 election, I think.
3 times out of Channel 9.
I think it was 2019.
4 times out of Channel 7.
By the way, my prediction was almost correct. I actually underestimated how incompetent the Liberal Party was. Basically, after they got into office, they've continued to fill their own fucking pockets. They're still selling off the country to China, while also pretending they're standing up against China. Obviously, what I didn't anticipate was a bushfire, well, 2 natural disasters, the bushfire and a virus outbreak, which has just made things exponentially worse. So yeah, I was wrong. I clearly overestimated them.
So the overall argument we are contending with here today is it's not only wrong, it's not only inaccurate, it's not only dangerous.
It's like, I'm not surprised you fucked up. I'm surprised how badly you fucked up.
But that it's going right across at least 1/3 of Australians. And therefore Sky News and Murdoch have a case to answer in terms of their complicity in vaccine hesitancy in this country. This is a public health concern for all of us. And what would it take for this to be exposed and dealt with? It took YouTube and Google to finally blow the whistle, not just once, but twice. Once last December, as Mr. Whitaker has just admitted, and again in July, before 23 at least YouTube videos
Janet Jane.
pulled out.
Yeah, that we are against those guys. Vote for us.
Yeah.
While blatantly selling out to those guys.
Yeah, it's
Old
fucking
favorite.
typical.
Australian Communications and Media Authority ACMA doing to earn their salary to allow this to. They have a direct responsibility under the law because these YouTubes are being this material is being rebroadcast on free-to-air television. So ACMA didn't act. I have corresponded with them as to why they haven't acted. They said that it's within their powers to initiate their own investigation into such matters, which are deeply in the public interest, but they chose not to. And they pointed me, and I think through all of you, therefore, to the fact that it's a matter for the Parliament to change the laws governing the Broadcasting Services Act, which establishes ACMA, to enable it to do the job for the Australian people. YouTube instead have had to do instead. I conclude on this, Senators. It's not just this controversy concerning this critical matter of the fair and balanced and factual reporting of public health information. This is one giant snapshot into a much wider cancer in our democracy. We've seen recently with the Four Corners program the use and abuse of non-disclosure agreements in dealing with accusations of sexual harassment within News Corporation around the world, and the fact that people like Gretchen Carlson have said that she can't speak about these matters because of the enforcement of NDAs. Well, the question again for News Corporation, if they're fine and upstanding citizens, is how many of these exist? And as Gretchen Carlson has asked, why can't they be lifted so that she can speak? And finally, of course, it's not just what happens in Metro Australia. It's what the News Corporation media monopoly have done across regional Australia. I've spoken already about regional television now having Sky content, but the action by News Corporation shutting down 116 local newspapers on the cover of COVID last year was a disgrace. And
Oh, yes.
pressure and pricing.
There's a funny little story. So, at the start of the COVID outbreak, because all mobility had to get shut down, a bunch of rural newspapers, which were already not earning enough money, were basically, financially, because of the lockdowns, were about to be sent to the guillotine. So the government was like, oh no, we can't let regional newspapers go under. That provides essential news for all sorts of people. We gotta save them. But I don't want to spend any money, and I don't want to actually do anything. And then in comes News Corp, and they're like, hey, I got a great idea. Why don't you sell all of these newspapers that are public property to us, and then we'll privatize them, and then we'll take care of everything for you. And then the feds were like, oh, what a brilliant idea. Sold. And then they sold all of these rural newspapers to fucking News Corp, and then News Corp is like, yay, we have all these new rural newspapers. Kill them. Kill all of them. So after they got sold, all of these rural newspapers, they just killed all of them. And now there are no rural newspapers. All the fucking news, all newspaper news is coming from them and them alone. In places like my state of Queensland, they have 100% ownership over newspapers. And while to some people that might sound like not much of a big dealio, you know? Oh, well, people just look shit up online. Maybe that's true in the younger generations, but you also got to remember there are a lot of older people, especially in rural areas. Because in rural areas you have terrible internet, so most people don't bother. They have to get their information the old-fashioned way, through radio, newspapers, and TV, because there's no good internet reception over there. And these people end up having a lot of voting power, because, you know, obviously the rural areas are segregated into all these little smaller districts that are then, you know, controlled by a representative, or blah, 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 blah. So, especially in my country, changes between countries, but in Australia, a lot of people underestimate how much political power, and especially how much information control owning the newspapers really has.
Because another thing you got to point out is they do set the agenda for the news. Because when you go to the shops, what do you see? You see newspapers hanging out the front of the shop, you know, with the big headline. You don't see a TV of some cunt talking on the news, and you don't see a link to a fucking Facebook page. You see the newspapers, and then they'll see the big headline. So people who are just going shopping, they'll pass by that newspaper, they'll see the headline, and they'll assume that's the big story of the day, regardless of whether or not it actually is. But yeah, that's what he's referring to in that regard.
Pressure they've now applied to a local community newspapers trying to set up as alternative sources of news is equally seen. And what has happened in Mackay, with Mackay Regional News attempting to step into the shoes of the Mackay Mercury, which was shut down by News Corporation, having been established way back in 1866, is one of 100+ examples across this country where the predatory practices of News Corporation and their use of pricing policies in particular are being used to quash the emergence of even local community voices.
Hint of shrimp.
So my concluding
Did you hear
submission
they're banning menthol cigs in America?
together with the other matters contained in my original submission,
Why?
create a case as to why the Senate should recommend it.
Well, to answer your question, no, I never heard of that, but follow-up question, why?
Media diversity in this country.
What do they find in the cigarette, the menthols?
Democracy, I believe, is at stake.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. I'll first go to Senator Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudd. Look, you referred to the correspondence that you've had with ACMA and their flat-footed approach to dealing with the Sky News After Dark incidents on YouTube. I have, with your, I have copies of that correspondence, which I wish to table for the committee's consideration. If I could do that, Madam Chair.
Hint of shrimp. It's like some kind of issue they have with flavors. They're claiming it's advertising to kids.
Oh, I see. Okay.
ACMA on the 5th of
Really? That seems pretty odd, because they're still classified as cigarettes. So how do kids really get a hold of them? Like, I understand the argument a lot more if it was like vaping, because vapes aren't really put under the same category as cigarettes, and I think kids have a lot easier access to them. And yeah, they have far more flavors. I don't know, it seems pretty odd. Seems very odd.
August, and the response that ACMA's sent back to you the 31st of August, which is the two documents I've tabled today.
Thank you, Senator Carr. A very brief summary is that after the news was publicised that YouTube acted on a second strike policy basis, that Murdoch Sky News Australia was in breach of their COVID disinformation policy on multiple counts. The question occurred in my mind as, well, what on earth was the regulator being doing? Why was it depending on a private company to do regulated business? And that's why I wrote to ACMA. ACMA then, in their correspondence, which you just circulated, outlined their procedures for...
I just realised I just named both of these the same fucking thing.
Which essentially goes to it being a co-regulation model for the private sector with media proprietors. Secondly, voluntary codes of conduct being delivered and produced, which third, if there is a breach, then ACMA will turn it back to the individual private media outlet for them to take appropriate action. And only fourthly, if that doesn't occur, will ACMA itself intervene. And ACMA's teeth at the end...
Some guy keeps breathing into the goddamn microphone. But hang on. ACMA. No, Australian Communications and Media Authority. Alright.
...today are very substantial, including the withdrawal of a license if necessary. The way this became relevant, Senator Carr, as you know, is that ACMA's regulatory powers extend to free-to-air television. And at the point at which ACMA, a point at which free-to-air television began broadcasting the Sky content, it was then captured within this regulatory framework. Prior to that, because Sky was a digital platform, it did not fall directly under ACMA's powers. In fact, it existed in a no man's land between the Press Council on the one hand and the Australian Communication Media Authority on the other. Their response, though, to conclude, Senator Carr, was this. They received some 34 complaints over
There was
time
one from him.
about Sky content.
Yes, here we go. This is what we're looking for.
We are in the process of looking at it. Thirdly, they gave us an example of where, in matters of great public interest, they could have stopped and initiated an inquiry. Quite plainly, in this case, they chose not to. But to conclude, Senator, I find the conclusion of their letter to me most instructive. If the Parliament wants us to have more powers in this matter, then the Parliament needs to give us those powers. I regard that as a request from members of Parliament, and I think through the Parliament to this committee, to consider whether ACMA's powers are adequate. In the absence of a change to their statute, I think ACMA is useless, and this is a case study of how it's useless and should be abolished. A Royal Commission should be established to recommend an alternative body.
Just a minor, I note that it was 37 complaints that referred to in the letter. It doesn't change the substance of any way what you've said. So in your submission that this actually supports the need for a Royal Commission. Now you've heard from Mr. Whittaker that the opponents of that proposition are suggesting that the fact that we now have so many other providers as a result of the convergence or the technology convergence has meant that we don't need a Royal Commission. There's been 9 media inquiries to date. What do you say to that proposition? Is that a reason to repudiate the submission from the 500,000 Australians that have petitioned the Parliament?
Senator Carr, my own view is that the core reason we need a Royal Commission is because in Australia, and perhaps most Australians are unaware of this, we have the highest concentration of food ownership for a modern democracy in the world. It is atypical and abnormal what we have in Australia. That's the core point here. The second point is this, that because of what the Murdoch media empire is now doing through Sky, it has not just extended that reach into the digital domain and through a whole range of its own digital platforms. It's now rebroadcasting that through major outlets like YouTube. And thirdly, through a new arrangement from 1 August this year, rebroadcasting through the existing commercial television networks across regional Australia. In other words, the media concentration in Australia is getting worse. There's one further point as well, Senator Carr, and that is, when you look at what's happened with the closure of 116 local newspapers, which Murdoch, with hand on heart, said they would expand when they took them over from APN back in 2016-17, they've done exactly the reverse. They've shut them down and tried to migrate some of that online, but ultimately killed local news. Put all this together, it actually is deeply unhealthy for the democracy. And finally, where you see the Murdoch Sky model work, it is precisely derivative of the Murdoch Fox model in the United States in terms of creating a captured audience of people from the far right.
By the way, News Corp owns both Fox News and Sky News. So that's one thing you might notice from especially more urbanized Australians that have an unusual interest and knowledge of American politics, yet seem to know fucking jack shit about what happens in their own fucking country. That's because basically all of our media is more or less owned by Americans. So they just tell us what they tell the Americans. Obviously, yeah, that leads to a bit of confusion and retarded moments, where you'll end up with fucking cunts from inner city Melbourne who care more about the plight of black people in America than the indigenous people in Australia. Because after all, they think the indigenous people are doing fine because, you know, there's no fucking news on it.
Echo chamber. Feed them
Oh, and that is also double points for why a lot of Europeans might refer to us Australians as little Americans.
or meat. Describe anything else which challenges their view based on the facts as a global left-wing conspiracy. Make a mozza of money out of it in the process, but then most critically, become this force in Australian politics which captures the right politics, in our case, the Liberal and National Party, and pushes them further to the right. And in the case of the left wing of Australian politics, campaigns viciously against them on a continuing basis without any attempt at factual balance in the reporting. For all those reasons, it is at least worth a Royal Commission being empowered to look at evidence of what happened, to be in a legal position to call Lachlan Murdoch to actually answer questions rather than being allowed to evade them, and then to come up with recommendations for what is a fair and robust media regulatory model for the future of Australia, given our current regulators.
Well, I went on a trip to Peru.
So can I just come back to this point? The Sky has been operating on a regional basis for 3 years, although I note on their
a couple years ago, right?
their own website that they claim it's only been from this year. That's their assertion, but my understanding is it's actually been operating much longer than that. Is that your understanding, that there's been a period
Hang on.
of greater
Define privy.
TV and other regional providers?
My understanding, Senator, is that from 2018 there was an arrangement with one of the regional broadcasters, and as of 1 August this year, it was broadened considerably.
That's right. And that just adds to the point of why, or trying to come to some understanding why ACMA hasn't acted earlier. Now, is it your contention that there would need a further regulatory review in terms of the way in which the Parliament responds to the online services that are actually currently operating in this country?
Very much so, Senator. Our democracy, all of our citizens depend on a free, fair and balanced media to access information in order to make informed political decisions. Whether you are from the left, or from the centre, or the right of Australian politics, or any democracy's politics. And the truth is, given media convergence across platforms from print to digital to classical electronic, radio and the rest, what we need is an increasingly uniform set of regulatory arrangements, rather than those we've inherited from the past. The Press Council regulates, as a industry-only regulatory body, the guidelines for Australian print media, and as I think most commentators would agree, not in the toothless tiger. ACMA was established to regulate the Australian broadcasting media, and as demonstrated by this case in terms of public disinformation on public health, has been demonstrated in your toothless tiger as well. For the digital platforms, there is a voluntary digital code, as I understand it, by which News Corporation have themselves exempted themselves and said that in fact they will adhere to Press Council guidelines to govern what they should do. So there's this great, as it were, hole in the middle. Therefore, purely in terms of where the media is today, across all these diverse platforms, we need common principles, a common regulatory environment which ensures fair, factual and balanced reporting so that the democracy stays alive and doesn't head down the American road, which frankly scares the living daylights out of me.
So that brings me to the question.
Don't wanna be an American idiot.
Responsible for the initial building of the NBN. Is it your view that the NBN has what is the role of the NBN into the future in terms of media diversity, and whether what is your view as to what position the public should have in regard to the NBN in the future?
The National Broadcasting Network, Senator, was established in order to lay out a railway network at the 21st century to give all Australians connectivity, whether you were rich or poor, country or city, so that you could be fully wired. That is, if you were living in Uttara, whether you were running a small business in the suburbs of Mackay, or whether you were a small regional hospital in Burnie, that you would be able to have 100 megabits plus per second through fibre optic cable to the individual premises, to be fully accessed to online learning, health services, and information to sustain and grow your small business, and to have access to news. Secondly, as we know, after the government changed at the end of 2013, the Abbott government killed that model and substituted fibre optic to the node for fibre optic to the premises, leaving copper in the ground for the last link, which slows down the entire system. Thirdly, therefore, the NBN is incomplete, as all Australians have discovered through COVID, when suddenly they become dependent comprehensively on broadband to live and work and have their being, from ordering the groceries to accessing entertainment to online learning and, critically, health services as well. My judgment, therefore, is the NBN should remain in Australian public ownership until such time as we complete the missing link, which is fibre optic to the premises. That is critical if we're going to wire everybody, and critically provide everybody with another source of diversity in terms of access to alternative media platforms on fact and on opinion.
We've had a submission from Per Capita
On a trip to Peru
trust
a
that's
couple years
been
ago.
sent to you, which basically argues
Right.
that all
Yep.
media content will be delivered over broadband technology sooner rather than later, with the exception of shortwave radio for emergency services, and that a publicly owned wholesale broadband distribution platform could radically democratise the distribution of media content in Australia. Do you think there's a role to be played for the NBN in ensuring media diversity in this country?
Senator, I think there is potential for that. One of the reasons I've called for a Royal Commission is this involves enormous complexity, given the dynamics of convergence that we've spoken about before, the centrality of the internet to all converging platforms, frankly, and thirdly, the absence of the current regulatory environment
Why is this so
to
wide?
govern free, fair, and balanced content across the
Triple
country.
X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X.
Wow, that's a mad cool username.
But I believe
That's a fucking solid username.
and professionally equipped Royal
XX no scope for 69XXX. Fuck yeah.
the NBN should provide within
How's it
the
going, mate?
framework. I go back to my answer to your previous
And yes, our government is indeed fucked.
believe that the NBN should now remain in public ownership for a range of purposes.
Thank you. And just my final question, Madam Chair. The Channel 9 newspapers today are covering a story about a new campaign that's being launched by News Corp and Sky on climate change. What's your response to that suggestion that there be a campaign from on high to affect all outlets for the News Corp?
I don't know why it's doing this, hang on.
So I think it's just a case of greenwashing.
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. Ty. Getting fucking smashed on the Bundy.
Oh, nice. Fuck yeah.
If anyone doubts what I've just said, remember what
Hint
Richard
of shrimp.
said when he said
I wish I posseed the ability to
with
sleep.
great skepticism.
Two.
And when you look at his the representatives on Sky, for example, which we've just been talking about, Rowan Dean saying that climate change is the biggest hoax of them all.
Fuck, I had a witty quip to add to the end of that, but I've forgotten because I'm just too into this at the moment.
To me and to the CSIRO and every credible climate scientist. And Alan Jones, the archdeacon of climate change denialism, saying they peddle the climate change hoax that apparently carbon dioxide, the source of all plant life, is evil, unquote. So therefore, given that's what they actually put out, we've got to greet this with enormous skepticism. I use the term greenwashing deliberately. What they're trying to do, that's why they've obviously leaked the story to Fairfax, as you described them, and Fairfax as I described them, but Nine as they now describe themselves, is to say to, shall we say, a certain part of the media market, aren't we fine fellows? We finally decide to green ourselves up by supporting carbon neutrality by 2050.
A couple years ago, right?
While at the same time unleashing the dogs of war, some of whom I've just named, across the mass media market to continue to fuel fear in the community about any government or alternative government which proposes substantive climate change policy action. That's the real nature of the game being played, Mr. Senator. I think most people who follow these matters closely would see it in a similar light.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carr. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Rudd. Mr. Rudd, a few weeks ago, you shared an excerpt from a Guardian Australia story where I spoke about being racially abused by Sky viewers following a segment on Paul Murray's show about me. And you said this: of course, an audience that's fed toxic far-right extremist politics is more likely to send threatening racist emails. Many people who are attacked by Murdoch then receive threatening messages. It's dangerous. I'm just interested in any reflections you might have on the impact of Sky's extremism on people's experiences of racism and bigotry. And do you think there's any appetite at all for News Corp to acknowledge this? And if not, why not?
Senator Faruqi, thank you for the question. I noticed carefully Mr. Whittaker's response to this matter when you raised it just before, which was to put hand on heart and say, I'm very sorry. But secondly, if you look at their actual operationalisation of editorial policy, do nothing about it. It's analogous to the point I've just made in response to Senator Carr on their attitude to climate change. Pretend to be concerned while still unleashing the dogs of war.
XXX_Nescoper69_XXX. Your live 2DS sick.
Ta.
Lyle Wadham and a doomer birthed a chain smoker.
What's a boy and a doomer? Birth the chain smoker. Yeah, pretty much what I was going for. I have another one though, but I figured I'd use this one. So in the context of, I haven't been streaming for the past 2 weeks because I've been doing a lot of uni work. Hang on a minute. Let me show you the much better one I like more. Yes, because this one comes with a helmet, and I do love hats. Well, headwear in general. Do I like hats more than I like helmets? No, I think I like helmets more. And anyway. Oh.
And then, once having captured them, they turn it into a business model, and as a consequence, hold that in as a mechanism, as a battering ram, in particular, to influence the centre-right and far-right of American politics. And hence what we've seen of those views, Trump phenomenon, capture old Republican Party. And the
XXX_Nescoper69_XXX. A man of culture, I see.
Exactly.
XXX_Nescoper69_XXX. His fault.
What causes me fear in Australia, Senator, is that some model will therefore be applied here. We are simply some years behind where it will go to. But I am concerned about the legitimisation of racial stereotyping and racial hatred through to give one further example of this, Senator, most recently there was a cartoon infamously published in Murdoch's other news platform, the Australian newspaper, by
this is like 2018.
I lodged a formal objection with the Press Council on this, and the cartoon in question made a mockery of the colour of the current Vice President of the United States, then Senator Kamala Harris. Surprisingly to me, the Press Council found in my favour and against News Corporation. What was the response? A bit like their response to being repudiated by YouTube over their coverage of their disinformation on the pandemic. The entire Murdoch Murdoch apparatus in Australia was then thrown at, discrediting the Press Council's finding against the leaked cartoon, despite it having a racist cartoon. Just like the entire news apparatus of the Murdoch empire in Australia has been thrown at, the determination by YouTube to label 23 plus of their videos as being flagrant medical disinformation and dangerous to public health. And just like they unleashed the other day against the ABC, when they had the temerity to report Gretchen Carlson's evidence from the United States about the use and abuse of non-disclosure agreements by the Murdoch media empire to prevent women journalists from speaking out publicly about their experience within that organisation on the receiving end of sexual harassment. It's a standard pattern of behaviour. Therefore, will they change? My argument, Senator, is I don't believe they will do so voluntarily. They'll only do so if they are compelled by the weight of Australian public opinion, but also reflected through the deliberations, the evidence, and I believe the conclusions of a Royal Commission looking at this properly and objectively.
Mr. Rudd, just recently in the Saturday paper, you wrote an opinion piece. And in that opinion piece, you said that Murdoch keeps Sky News viewers a far-right echo chamber where they are radicalized and taught to revile their cultural enemies. And I think you have spoken a little bit about this.
Stream Elements.
In particular, are these
Stream Elements bot running.
Is it people like you and
What?
And you know,
You're only waking the fuck up now?
dangerous to have this echo chamber.
Well, the let's call it in these terms, Senator, the meta-narrative underpinning this particular far-right attack in the United States, but also globally, and faithfully reported on Murdoch platforms, could broadly be described as the extinction movement. What's the extinction movement all about? Its core argument is that white folks like me, if you like, are slowly being extinguished in terms of the mainstream politics of the United States, mainstream society as well. And it's been taken over by a whole range of hostile multicultural forces. And therefore, as a consequence, it's important for white folks to fight back. That's the essence of this appallingly far-right extremist
Hint of shrimp.
of politics.
It's like 5 a.m. here.
But if you peel back that's
Solid.
what-
It is
and you see it
7:13 p.m. here.
going into far-right politics in this country as well. And I fear for the future of our multicultural society as a result. I fear for our ability to accept as a mature democracy, as we've done in the past, under successive Conservative and Labor governments, that diversity was a great thing for the future of our country. But now diversity under this particular debate is becoming a dirty word. That's where I fear it goes. And through the echo chamber, it provides more raw meat for this far-right constituency. And I fear where
Triple
it
X
then goes
underscore
in the
Niscoper
future.
69 underscore
Questions
triple
all
X.
about neo-Nazis,
Same time zone, nanny.
about which I found
Ooh,
again,
solid.
Mr. Whittaker's responses at best
That means you're on the East Coast, boy.
to be defined what a neo-Nazi was. For God's sake.
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. 7.14.
Ah, yep. It just ticked over.
That's why I am passionate about this question as it affects Indigenous Australians and Australians of non-Anglo-Celtic background as well, even though I'm 100% Anglo-Celt myself.
Since you gave evidence to this committee in February, Mr. Rudd, a lot more has happened, not least the Sky YouTube ban and the formal investigation, which you referred to earlier as well. Has News Corp's response and approach to being held accountable or not accountable for its journalism surprised you?
Senator, nothing has ever surprised me about News Corporation because they regard themselves as a law unto themselves. If we stand back from it all, the discussion we're having today, what's kind of the reality here? Murdoch, through News Corp, basically believe they run this country. They've got a media monopoly. They can tell the far right of Australian politics what to do. They can do their damnedest to keep the centre-left from ever forming a government in this country. And they are utterly unaccustomed to being held to any form of account. We've seen before, through our discussion today, Press councils a toothless target, by and large, occasional exceptions. ACMA abandon the field on the question that we've been discussing on YouTube just now. And in fact, there being no effective digital governance code which would normally capture the operations of Sky in the first place. So therefore, we find ourselves where the News Corporation entity believes they can just swagger through, bluster their way through discussions like this and Senate inquiries like this, because ultimately they control the shots. Further point, Senator, is this. Most politicians I know in Australia, of both the left and the right, live in fear of what News Corporation can do to their careers. They can literally crucify you. They run a one-week-long campaign against something that you've said or alleged to have said, and their objective is to destroy you if you become a person who dares challenge their standing. That's the nature of the beast we're dealing with. Therefore, I've seen no indication on their part that they intend to change their modus operandi. With one little exception. Senator Carr asked this question before. This little exercise in greenwashing that we see unfolding in terms of, aren't we a bunch of good guys who've decided maybe, subject to Mr. Whittaker's dissimulation today, to embrace a bit of carbon, mid-century carbon neutrality, just to show that we're no longer total climate change denials. But that's the varnish. The core of the beast hasn't changed. It is essentially a protection racket, extended to the Liberal and National parties in particular. If you don't do what we say, we'll knock you over. Ask Malcolm Turnbull about that. Or look at the testimony of individual members of Parliament like Ted O'Brien, who says dealing with these branch members every day is like dealing with somebody who's just had a combination of Peter Fredlin and Alan Jones in their living room. It pushes the whole agenda to the far right. They're used to that. They're comfortable with it. But guess what? The people are speaking through the petition, through other forums, and the people of Australia are saying enough's enough. And when you hear Whittaker, for example, today, blame faceless algorithms operating out of California as being the root cause of our problem here, as opposed to, frankly, the well-known face of a foreign billionaire living in New York dictating our national future, I'll tell you where I think the real problem lies, and that's with the Murdochs themselves. Hence why Lachlan has chosen not to appear today.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator McMahon.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rudd. Mr. Rudd, have you issued any show calls or commenced or in the process of commencing any legal action against Sky News or its parents or any subsidiaries?
Well, Senator, on a regular basis, when I'm defamed or believe I've been defamed by any media outlet, I would initiate with an initial statement of legal claim. Some time ago, the Murdoch media empire through Sky and Andrew Bolt made a series of claims concerning my position on the origin of the COVID-19 virus from Wuhan in China. As a consequence of that, I instructed my lawyers to write to Whittaker to indicate where I believe I've been defamed and to seek their response. The matter has not gone to court. That's an accurate description of where we stand, and that's what I would do if I was defamed by any media outlet. I've done so with Fairfax before, I've done so with the ABC before, I'll do so with any news platform which defames my reputation.
So, Mr. Rudd, based on that, you have written to them, giving them notice that you may seek legal action. Is it not true then you stand to benefit legally and financially from appearing before this inquiry here today?
Turn.
Yes.
I gotta watch that again.
Legally and financially.
Do so with any news platform which defames my reputation.
So, Mr. Rudd, based on that you have written to them, giving them notice that you may seek legal action, is it not true then you stand to benefit legally and financially from appearing before this inquiry here today?
Point of order.
Yes, point of order, Senator Carr. Just hang on a second, Senator McMahon. A point has been raised.
Totally inappropriate to put a question like that to a witness.
That's not a
totally
It's not for you to determine what's appropriate.
That's why I'm raising a point of order, Senator. For the chair to make that deliberation, but that's totally inappropriate question to put to this
That's not your
witness.
call, Senator Carr.
I just, Senator McMahon, Senator Carr's point of order, and we have to be careful that you're not asserting motivation to witnesses. They're here under our invitation and our direction. This committee asked Mr. Rudd to appear, so it is up to this committee. So, you know, if you've got a
Triple X underscore Nascoper 69 underscore triple
a
X.
committee of which you are involved
He looks like he's out of
then
RDR
we
too.
can take that offline. Mr. Rudd, you don't.
Oh yeah, yeah, the old guy. This fucking cunt. He's not bad. He's pretty funny. But yes, he does look like he's straight out of Red Dead Redemption 2.
They're here under our invitation and our direction. This committee asked Mr. Rudd to appear, so it is up to this committee. So, you know, if you've got a complaint to make about the witnesses that a committee of which you are involved in has, then we can take that offline. Mr. Rudd, you don't need to answer that question. It's not. This is out of
This is like 2008.
Then, Mr. Rudd, I would ask, do you believe that you have any conflict of interest in appearing here today?
None whatsoever, Senator. Firstly, when I originally put in my submission to this particular Senate inquiry, that predated by 9, 10 months, 6 months, a large number of months anyway. The current matter, which was really only a matter of some weeks ago in relation to Bolt and the Sky News program. So, secondly, it's the point which Senator Hanson-Young has just mentioned, is the letter of invitation from you, the committee, asking me to appear. I didn't ask to come back. You asked me to come back. Thirdly, what I find interesting, and particularly the comment made before by Senator Anik, I'm sure we'll be jumping on the same bandwagon soon, is that the only people who have known of the legal action which I initiated against Sky News over the Bolt matter were myself and Mr. Whittaker. So Mr. Whittaker, I assume, or his staff have briefed Senator Anik and yourself about the nature of this legal action. I find that quite interesting, because I can assure you on the record here, I haven't briefed Senator Anik, nor yourself about this particular action at all. So that would suggest to me there's been some discussion between representatives of Sky News and Senator Anik, and possibly yourself, given Senator Anik's earlier intervention in this matter.
Mr. Rudd, I would just like to clear that imputation against myself. I raised the matter because of a question that was raised earlier by Senator Hanson. So I have not been briefed by you, I have not been briefed by Mr. Whittaker. I merely raised it because it was raised by Senator Antic, and you have in fact confirmed the information that was raised by Senator Antic. Anyway, we shall move on. Mr. Rudd, you recently, a couple of days ago, replied to a tweet by Corey Bernardi. Corey tweeted that ivermectin shall set you free. You replied that Murdoch host Corey Bernardi continues to undermine vaccines by advancing the far-right conspiracy theory that dark forces are hiding the supposed real cures for COVID-19. Mr. Rudd, why did you reply in that manner to Corey Bernardi's tweet?
Well, I have an old-fashioned view, Senator, which is I actually believe in science. I also believe we have properly constituted scientific authorities.
This is like
I believe that those properly constituted scientific authorities on matters of public health are A, the Commonwealth Chief Medical Officer, and B, the Chief Medical Officers of the states and territories. I've also been quite assiduous in looking at precisely what they have said on the status, not just of the drug you just referred to, but others, which I would put in a broad category of quack medicines. I've also referred to the fact quack medicines when it comes to the treatment of COVID-19. I've seen also the chief medical officers of the Commonwealth and states, in particular the states, reflect similar views. And therefore, I think it's just my responsibility as a citizen of Australia to push back against any statement by any far-right person or any other person who is challenging the science about these crack medicines on the one hand, as opposed to
like 2018 or something like that.
receipt of the normal series of vaccinations on the other. I think it's the responsible thing to do, Senator.
Or something like that.
So, Mr. Rudd, I'll just point out to you that in
This is like 2018.
mention anything about COVID-19. Now, are you aware of the use and benefits of ivermectin?
Senator, I know that we are currently in the middle of a pandemic. Secondly, it's called COVID-19. And thirdly, there is a debate about these two particular drugs that have just been referred to by yourself. And under those circumstances, therefore, as night follows day, when you have an individual such as Cory Bernardi out there promoting one particular treatment, it falls within a much broader context of the campaign waged by some through Sky Television in particular, advocating those treatments for COVID-19. That forms the basis of my response to Senator Bernardi.
XXX underscore Niscoper 69 underscore XXX. Todd Howard.
Expert opinions, chief medical officer,
All of this just works.
out there directly or indirectly advocating alternative medical treatments. I will use my voice to back science against what I've described as quackery any day of the week.
Well, Mr. Rudd, you didn't answer the question, so clearly you're not aware of the uses and benefits of ivermectin, and I did not, in fact, mention two drugs. I only mentioned one, which was ivermectin, which was the subject of Mr. Bernardi's tweet. And you may be therefore surprised to know that ivermectin has been used for many years all around the world to treat many conditions in livestock, pets, and
horses.
humans. Excuse me, Senator Carr.
Order, Senator Carr, Senator McMahon, but let's also I just want to be clear. We do have a responsibility as elected officials not to harm the community. So let's just be clear about what questions we're putting forward.
Please let me finish, Chair. My line of questioning is that you're obviously not aware that ivermectin has been used all around the world for many years to treat billions and billions of livestock, pets, and humans. And in fact, it's treated many billions of people who
For those of you who don't, hang on, we'll let her finish
had
first.
conditions that were previously untreated, conditions like onchocerca, elephantitis, scabies, strongyloides, leishmaniasis. These conditions are all treated by ivermectin. Many of these conditions were previously, prior to the discovery of ivermectin, considered untreatable.
Okay. So basically, what ivermectin is, it's an anti-parasitic disease. It's the same as hydroxychloroquine, which is why it doesn't work against the virus. It's designed to put a large amount of poison in a specific location to kill a living thing inside of you. That's why a lot of health experts are telling people not to take ivermectin, because if you take it, an anti-parasitic drug, same with hydroxychloroquine, same with anything, if you take an anti-parasitic drug and you don't have a parasite inside of you, that poison is still going to fire off. It's just going to fire off inside your bloodstream, or it's going to fire off at one of your organs or something like that. So if you ingest it, you're probably going to end up poisoning yourself. I don't think it's necessarily lethal, but it's going to fuck you up.
That led to the literary suffering of millions of people. Therefore, in light of this, and the
Also, I just want to take this point. This is one thing I hate so fucking much about dumb politicians. You didn't become a politician to study science. So don't fucking come into the goddamn Senate or inquiries or the Parliament House and give us your gay fucking science lectures because they're fucking wrong. Alright? That's the reason we hire goddamn scientists and medical experts to study this shit on your fucking behalf. They will find all the information you need to work with for you. The problem with these cunts is that the information these scientists find isn't the information they want. So they just ignore it and make up their own fucking shit.
of the Nobel Prize being awarded for the discovery of ivermectin, Mr. Bernardi's tweet that ivermectin shall set you free is in fact quite appropriate. It has been taken by yourself completely out of context. And I can tell you, sir, that it has certainly set many thousands of people in my home of the Northern Territory free of the debilitating disease of scabies. So I would suggest that you have actually taken this tweet quite out of context without being aware of the many great benefits throughout many years of ivermectin across many species and many diseases. COVID-19 is not one of them, but Mr. Bernardi did not ascertain that in his tweet.
Well, Senator McMahon, you know perfectly well that that former Senator Bernardi was referring to ivermectin in terms of setting people free in the broad context of the current debate about effective treatments of COVID-19. You know that, I know that, and this is what I describe as an exercise in semantics in order to somehow let Bernardi wriggle off the hook.
XXX_Nescoper69_XXX. Holies be like, let's hire an intern to get random facts of the internet so I can publicly embarrass myself.
Yeah, pretty much. They hire the intern to get random facts so they can publicly embarrass themselves. And then the facts aren't as embarrassing, so they're like, no, it's not good enough. We need to look like a bigger idiot in public.
Just to clarify, Mr. Rudd, you may not have...
There was this one, I'm gonna have to see if I can find it again. There was this fucking hilarious one where this guy, it was during when they were talking about some development of new coal mines or something. I think it was about the net zero targets or some coal mine. Anywho, the point was climate change. And everyone makes their case on the other side. And there's one of these guys from the Liberal Party stands up and he just gives the whole Senate this fucking inaccurate science lesson on fucking chemistry or some shit. And it's wrong. And he doesn't even make a point by the end of it. He just spews a bunch of random words he's picked up that sound like they fit together in his mind. And then after he's done, man, you can hear all the girls in the fucking Senate giggling at him. And I'm just like, I was watching that and I was just like, dude, wake the fuck up. They're laughing at you, you idiot. Why do this to yourself?
The evidence from Mr. Whittaker, but Mr. Whittaker himself accepted that it was inappropriate and asked for it to be deleted.
Yes, I did not hear that, Senator.
Senator
Mr.
McMahon?
Rudd, my concern is that you are demonising a drug. All right, you disagree about the context in which Cory Bernardi used it. I don't see COVID-19 anywhere in his tweet. I believe his tweet was referring, as I said, to the awarding of the Nobel Prize for the discovery of this drug. I think we need to be careful that we don't get caught up in demonising a drug that has done so much good for so many billions of people around the world.
Senator, what about those people who have taken ivermectin on the basis of broad advocacy, which they've heard through Murdoch platforms in the United States and I fear in Australia, with adverse health consequences for themselves in an attempt to treat themselves to prevent COVID-19 or to deal with it if they've already got it? There are many such reports. You know that, I know that, that's why I spoke out.
Okay. Senator Antic?
That was the most pointless detour ever.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. I was interested in exploring this degeneration, the relationship between yourself and the news method. It seems to have spiralled down since 2008. And I'm just interested, you've used some colourful language today. It doesn't sound like someone who's particularly happy with the treatment he's received. I'm not sure if you saw an article written by David Pemberthy in the Australian on the 28th of November last year, in which he detailed some of the interactions that he'd had with you over the years and some of his journalists at the Daily Telegraph had over the course of his time covering politics in that part of the world. Were you able to read that?
Mr. Pemberthy's written many articles about me over the years, Senator, and most of them have been colourful, not a lot of them terribly flattering. So this one doesn't really come to mind. I do note though, Senator, that consistent
XXX_Nescoper69_XXX. Hey ladies, you want some meprofen? I know how to make chemistry between you equals me.
But like the Murdoch media operation, you now engage in questions of character assassination, your questions of me, rather than the debate about the issues themselves.
Well,
that's for freedom,
I've
that's
actually
your
got
prerogative, you're a senator, and that's about what, and that's what you're being task it seems to do.
Well, I'm afraid not. This is actually a question of an article that was reported, which made some statements about the manner in which you used to interact with journalists. They seem to suggest that you had a very good run with the press, and you've made some statements about...
But here's the fucking thing. What the fuck does this have to do with News Corp spreading COVID misinformation? And this is what these fucking retards do, man. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to actually do their fucking job. And when someone tells them to do their fucking job, they just go, oh, why are you telling me to do my job? You aren't fucking God's gift to the earth either. It's fucking pathetic, man. And this is why the government we have is so fucking shit. Because you have these useless cunts that don't want to actually do anything. They just want to blame each other with shit.
News Corp this morning, and I think it's important in order to colour the evidence that you've given. One of the particular claims you make, so I'm reading straight from the article here, is that you had a protracted campaign of vengeance against Julia Gillard as payback for the 2010 coup when he, that's you, would habitually refer to the first female Prime Minister as, quote, that effing bitch, end quote, in an obscenity-filled background calls to journalists and editors tearing her down. It's a direct quote from the article. Is that an accurate representation of events?
Well, what I'd say to you, Senator, is that my own reflections on former Prime Minister Gillard are reflected fully.
XXX_Nescoper69_XXX. They feel safe. I wonder how little it would take to take over their job.
I say that Mr. Pemberton, formerly the editor of the Daily Telegraph.
Well, that's the thing. At the moment, it does take... Well, I think what you're trying to say is that their job is easy and anyone can do it. No, but yes. No, it's actually not an easy job. It's quite difficult to do. Yes, anyone would be better than them. Because even though it's a difficult job, well, you can see that because these cunts are failing at it left, right, and center. But really, all the absolute bare minimum you need is someone who actually gives a shit and wants to actually do something. Because if someone actually wants to achieve something, they're going to be open to listen to what other people say. They're going to be open to criticism because they want to improve what they're doing. These cunts aren't open to criticism because they don't want to improve what they're doing. They just want to keep being shit because they profit off the country being shit. Because all their government is doing is just looting the fucking treasury. They're just funneling money to themselves. And then now we're going into a fucking recession, man. Everything's set up for it. Fucking people, just the whole economy's just fucked. Everything's just fucked, and these cunts still want to pretend that they've done a great job.
Be creative about any
fucking useless. But yeah, otherwise on the other hand, how difficult it is to actually get their job. For a good long while, and why they've become so arrogant, they've always had the Murdoch media, and the Costello media as well, and fucking, the mining industry. What's the fat bitch's name? Gina Reinhardt. They've all been pretty much funneling information in favor of the Liberal Party. And they've ended up becoming, the Liberal Party has ended up becoming so fucking spoiled rotten and so thoroughly puppeted by higher powers that you end up with Scott Morrison, who is literally just some dickhead from marketing. He's absolutely fucking useless. And he has no autonomy of his own. He is just a fucking puppet on strings. And that's all well and good. But when you actually need a leader to actually do something, like, oh, I don't know, there's some sort of environmental crisis, like, oh, I don't know, perhaps some gigantic series of bushfires going off at once, perhaps the arrival of some deadly, easily spreadable disease. These cunts are absolutely fucking useless. They can't do anything because they don't know how to do anything. Because they didn't earn their status because of their competency. They earned their position because of their incompetency. They're there to be useless, and specifically to be useless. I know I have mates who work in the military, and they bring this up with one of the problems in the army, is that because the army is mostly in a state of peacetime, the army doesn't really have anything to do. So you no longer need competent strategists. You no longer need competent leaders. You don't need competent captains or sergeants and shit like that, or lieutenants. What you want is useless cunts so they can't take over your job. So if you're a commander at the top, you don't want useful captains at the bottom who are going to work their way up the rank, because they're going to end up taking your job. So you just get a bunch of useless captains. And then beneath those captains, being the useless cunts they are, no, it's very easy for them to lose their job. So they hire a bunch of useless lieutenants beneath them. And so you just have this trickle-down effect of the bottom layer being even more useless and incompetent than the layer above them. Because the whole thing is set up, or they want the whole thing set up, so no one ever advances from their position unless they want them to. And that's why you end up with just a bunch of useless, fucking dispassionate people who never want to achieve anything. Because they didn't get there being rewarded for their achievements.
Because that's what he does.
You'll also see that in companies, like Activision, Blizzard. That's an obvious one. That's why everything goes to shit in companies, because when the marketing dickheads end up working their way to the top, they don't want to lose their job and their massive fucking salaries. So they just employ shit cunts underneath them. And then those shit cunts employ even shitter cunts underneath them. And then you end up with a company that just pumps out fucking crap because they have no idea what they're doing and they don't want to know what they're doing. They just keep banging their head against the wall and hoping that'll keep increasing profits. And it can do that sometimes in the short term, but in the long term, it always ends in disaster.
What I do record most clearly from my conversations, which were many, with Mr. Pemberton.
There you go. You get a little lecture on
commented to him one day why
leadership
he had
structure.
launched upon a character assassination of a particular member of Parliament on a particular day. No friend of mine, no colleague of mine, I can't even remember their politics. His swaggering response was, quote, "Of course we can," unquote. The issue at stake here is the use and abuse of monopoly powers by media operations such as News Corporation. They use it, they abuse it, not just in relation to my side of politics. Ask Malcolm Turnbull, sir, about his being on the receiving end of the same.
So you haven't answered the question though. Is it a factually accurate representation? It does colour your evidence.
Well, Senator, you can speak about conversations which Mr. Pemberton reports that I've had with he or his editor some time ago. I cannot recall the context of those conversations. I cannot recall the detail of them. I don't intend, for the purposes of our conversation here, to go into them. I can recall what I took out as an impression from my engagement with Mr. Pemberton was that solid, stark warning to all politicians, which is, we can do this to you if you misbehave, because we are who we are. And that goes to the thrust of the matters before this committee, which is media diversity, monopoly, and the abuse of monopoly power.
He says that in 2006 you rang him and said, I presume you saw that, in reference to an excruciating press conference Mr. Beasley had earlier that day about Rose McManus and the deputy's wife. And that you spent a good 5 minutes telling him that Beasley clearly wasn't well. Once again, I mean, this article is lengthy and it is detailed. I haven't had the good fortune of reading your autobiography, nor do I intend to. But can you clarify whether that's an accurate representation?
Well, Senator, you may learn something if you read the autobiography, because it actually contains within it an
XXX_Nescoper69_XXX. I know how you feel. Mate of mine joined as a submariner, wanted all the bells and whistles, now has to take shit from a bloke who doesn't care if they get hit by torpedoes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's... And obviously in all these cases, whether it's companies, the government, or in the military, the people who are going to get fucked over the most are the people at the bottom, who do want to earn their way up, who do want to do right by, you know, the greater machine that they're a part of. Like in Blizzard's case, look at all the employees that just got abused, man. Like, obviously there's more extreme cases of, you know, sexual harassment and, you know, suicides and rapes. But even more general shit, people not getting paid right, people getting fired before they can get bonuses, people being overworked, all that sort of shit. Or people being starved out of the company so they can't fight, so they don't end up firing them directly and get away with that shit. And in the military, yeah, you get useless cunts who don't give a shit if the people beneath them live or die. Because they just want to keep their own fucking job. And then obviously on the government level, the general public just gets fucked over left, right, and centre. And during times of crisis, we're just left for dead. I mean, for fuck's sake, Scotty went on a goddamn vacation during our first big major crisis. And quite frankly, if we didn't have to shut the goddamn borders down, he probably would have fucking went on vacation again. During this fucking COVID. Just shit. And that's the other thing I think a lot of people don't appreciate, because, you know, we're all fed the bullshit lie of, oh, if you just keep your chin up and work hard, you can do anything. Which is fucking bullshit. Anyone who's worked in any high level of business knows it's not about what you know, it's who you know. You can get so far just by sucking up to the boss rather than doing a good job. So these people, and it takes them a very long time, and they can end up wasting years of their life trying to climb up a ladder they were never going to climb up. So in a lot of these cases, you know, if you don't like your boss and you don't like doing your job, go find another one. Especially because more often than not, they'll keep you, you know, at arm's length, you know, they'll keep the carrot on the stick, saying you just got to reach out and grab the carrot, but you never grab the carrot. And they have no intention of having you grab the carrot. Because if you do actually get up to that position where you can grab the carrot, they're just going to fire you, or get rid of you. One way or another.
G33K. It's true, it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Exactly. And how's it going, Greek? But yeah, it's all about networking, man.
I think this was like 2018 or something like that.
But yeah, if you want a little business and career advice from your old pal Chili, if you want to get anywhere, if you want to work up your way in a company or in your political party or anything like that, you're going to have to be a cocksucker. You're going to have to be a brown nose, because that's just how it is. Don't go overboard, obviously, because if it's clear to the person above you that you want their job, they're usually going to be turned off against it. Because they don't want you replacing them too early, obviously. But they want you to replace them when they finally go up even higher. So you can they have someone to replace them who's just a carbon copy of themselves. Or at least that's the impression you want to give. My personal opinion, if you can, be self-employed. Especially nowadays with the nature of the market, you know, everything's online. A lot of things are open to the public, and it's very easy for anyone to reach an international market. If you can, like, obviously it depends on the nature of your industry, your craft. But if you can, go independent. Just gives you more control.
School. And I think this was like 2018 or something like that. Or something like that. We were climbing a mountain, literally. We were climbing a mountain.
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. Fucking oath. Get money, fuck the normies.
We were climbing a mountain. We were climbing a mountain, literally a mountain, right? Mountain, right? We're like, keep my, we're like, yeah, it do be like that sometimes. Mountain, right? We're like, keep my. Right? We're like, keep my, we're like, yeah, it do be like that sometimes. 14,000 feet above sea level. We're like, keep my, we're like, yeah, it do be like that. Yeah, it do be like. Right? We're like, keep my, we're like, yeah, it do be like that.
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. You kinda sound like a guy I used to know from Briss. No docs.
I don't know, maybe. I could be. I did live in Brisbane for a little while. Oh yeah, but that was many moons ago. Brisbane's a pretty nice place. I'll be honest though, it would be a hell of a mean if I actually was. We did actually know each other during the period I was in Brisbane. I mean, hey, weirder things have happened, right? There's been greater coincidences in life.
No! 14,000 feet above sea level. And I had to really go to the bathroom in the...
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. If you knew a bigger guy called Mitchell and we played Xbox together, then the internet is too weird tonight.
No. I don't recall of a Mitchell I used to play Xbox with. Do I look like some kind of console peasant? Ooh, who's that? Oh, how's it going, Sasalai? Sasalai? I'm gonna go with Sasalai. How's it going, mate? We're just doing a bunch of crude animation. I'm just seeing how rusty I am. And also listening to some political doohickery in the background here.
Sasalat. Done with supper.
Ooh, nice.
G33K. What does EMO taste like? I heard it's nothing like chicken.
It tastes like a self-loathing and makeup.
And what we've had, sir, from you today is you joining forces with News Corporation in this particular line of inquiry. Your original statement sent around.
I forgot what I need to. There we go.
Attend here because of my legal objections to a recent, in my view, defamation of myself by
Sasalat.
Andrew Bolt.
Last time I saw you was at Yoji's stream.
Oh yeah, ah yes, okay. That's where the name sounds so familiar. I haven't watched Yoji's stream in a bit.
Sorry, I meant emu.
That hand's on the wrong side.
I think it would be good if you began right there.
Well, the beauty of this forum, Mr.
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. It's like a stepmother telling you that you're not worth dinner.
But that's not the way this format works, and you well know it. Is this not just a case of a...
Order.
That's how to do so.
Order. Senator Antiga, just another member of the government also wants to ask questions, so just you could make this
one
your
last
one.
question. Thank you. Is this not really just a classic love story, the falling out of love, one partner, one party simply becoming disgruntled and embittered and taking that cause on further down the track? It seems as though there's a fairly lengthy campaign here, and it'd be interesting to know why.
Well, Senator, as I've said a number of times on the public record, my experience of News Corporation is that in the period after from the 2013 election to the present, it moved from being essentially a centre-right news organisation, which would, at times of federal and state elections, usually support Conservatives, but more often than not do so, but from time to time support either Labour oppositions or Labour governments. To a case where, over the course of the last
Looks like a guy holding a scythe.
Kind of. I was going for like a mountaineer's climbing pics.
In 23 of the last 23 federal and state elections. That was not the case prior to 2010. News Corporation has changed. It has moved from the centre-right to the far right.
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. Emu is chewy, it's a little gamey and tender, best for burgers.
I haven't eaten emu, I'll be honest. I've eaten kangaroo, which is great.
In fact, had some role in leading this campaign in the last year or two. It's because Murdoch in this country has changed radically. If you speak with former editors, if you speak with former News Corporation journalists, many of whom have appeared before this committee in its last set of public sessions,
I haven't eaten emu either, but I seen Rue at Coles.
That's the reason why I've engaged. And that's why I believe whether you are a centre-right voter...
Yeah, well, I think it's, I can't remember the rules around emu meat. I know kangaroo meat's pretty common because kangaroos are hunted as pests. So you're gonna have to do something with the corpse. And kangaroos are quite populous. I don't think you can hunt them actively, but usually they'll end up trespassing, so you can take them out.
Rue is yum. My toilet hates it though.
Clearly you need to eat more Indian curries, then your toilet will learn to appreciate the good things in life.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rennick, you don't have much time.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Mr. Rudd, are you familiar with Barry Marshall?
Well, Senator Rennick, you asked me curious questions last time about my role in politics 30 years ago in Queensland. Enlighten me, who is Barry Marshall? I've got no idea.
Barry Marshall received the Nobel Prize in 2004 for proving that stomach ulcers were caused by bacteria. And that one of the people that capitalised on his success was a guy by the name of Thomas Barodi, who basically came up for a cure for that bacteria that has resulted in saving the lives of tens of thousands of people, and is an extremely distinguished gastroenterologist in Australia. Now, he works alongside a guy by the name of Robert Clancy, who's a distinguished immunologist, who in the 80s invented a vaccine that reduced acute bronchitis by 90%. He established a link between upper respiratory tract infections and the gut, hence why he works with Thomas Barodi. Now, they also are in agreement with Wendy Hoy, who's a Queenslander, who works at the University of Queensland, who's got an Order of Australia for her research into chronic diseases. All three of those very distinguished medical scientists believe that ivermectin does actually
looks clean
in reducing the impact of COVID-19. I'm not saying it does, I'm just quoting what those people are saying. And that is on top of the work by colleague Wagstaff from the Monash University, who about a decade ago proved that ivermectin inhibits the RNA virus, the COVID virus,
hint of shrimp.
and replicating.
I must attempt slumber. I shall return if I fail.
Don't work too hard on it, eh?
I think you owe those people an apology for calling them quack as what their views
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. There used to be a fish and chip shop at Arley Beach that sold crummed croc and crumbed shark.
Oh, bud.
Salad.
I've had shark. Shark is good.
Senator, I have an old-fashioned view, which is I believe in the science. I also have an old-fashioned view that when we have chief medical officers who are responsible for reaching...
Also, again, I just want to point out what old mate is fucking saying. Again, completely fucking irrelevant, completely missing the main point, and just trying to blame Kevin Rudd for shit.
Gummy is all over Vic. Couldn't find any in NSW.
Couldn't find any in New South Wales.
We should listen carefully to
Interesting. I haven't had crumbed croc, though. I wouldn't mind eating some croc. I've had snake.
I'm not a scientist. I know for a fact that you are not a scientist. I know for a fact that Senator Annick is not a scientist, nor is Senator McMahon, notwithstanding her own lengthy presentation before on the virtues of the science as she described the potential applications of horse medicine to humans. But the bottom line is this. Our responsibility as a public figure in Australia is to back in what the science says, whether that's on climate science, whether it's on pandemic science. And when I see the Murdoch media empire backing treatments for COVID-19, for this pandemic, and given the
hint
fact
of shrimp.
Our chief medical officers...
No joke, fried gator is phenomenal.
I believe I've got a
Yeah, boy, I reckon the meat would be pretty good.
not to give it some partial
Reptile meat's got an interesting texture, you know.
as a possible cure or treatment of this insidious pandemic. I've done that before by
Sasala.
I just need to correct
At
the
least I
record.
couldn't find gummy shark in central Sydney.
Two?
Order. Senator Rennick, Senator Rennick, have you got a follow-up question?
Okay, my follow-up question is that the TGA, I talked to the
Sasala.
I talked to a number of people in the
Fish
government
and chips.
Senator Rennick, have
Fish
you
and
got a
chips,
question?
classic.
Just to be clear, Mr. Rudd has made it absolutely clear he is not a doctor, he is not a medical expert. Neither are you. So I'm just wondering what evidence you would like out of
Basically, this other guy is trying to have a Twitter-level argument with Kevin Rudd in the middle of a fucking Senate inquiry.
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple
Ooh,
X.
scampi.
If we ate Mark Zuxi, then would his reptile meat taste good?
I thought he was a robot. Well, I guess we'll know when we cut him open.
Mr. Rudd?
Okay, then he shouldn't be calling people who are scientific doctors and experts quacks. Okay, is he prepared to retract the statement? That is my question, yes or no?
Fucking dumb, man. This is so fucking dumb.
I thought Zook was a reptilian.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think anyone really knows. If only he had a Facebook page, then we could know.
To treat a particular condition. My view backed up by the Chief Medical Officer of this country, is that anyone who seeks to advertise these treatments
Is that how you spell theoretical, right?
against COVID-19 is engaged in quackery, quacks, for which I make zero apology.
No, I spelt it slightly wrong.
So you're calling these people quacks, just to be clear.
I think my most recent response, Senator, to your question just now was clear.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Rudd.
you've got no respect for science at all. Okay.
Holy crap! Shut the fuck up! Get over it!
Sorry, point of order, Senator.
No, I think
Here's the thing, I'm at least willing to tolerate this level of politifagotry if it's retards on the internet. But you know, this is in the middle of a fucking Senate inquiry. People are actually trying to do shit. Shut the fuck up.
our colleague has retracted, so we'll might as well press on.
Senator Reddick, have you finished? Okay, thanks.
Sasalat.
Point of order, Chair.
I've been in Parliament as a visitor back
Ooh.
when I was in school.
Actually, I wouldn't mind visiting. Alright, if you... well, I mean, I just think that people should watch Parliament House more
They're
often.
more like children in classroom.
Yeah, I know. At least ours are sort of funny.
Than actual children in a classroom.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, they're more like extremely wealthy kids in a classroom. A lot of them are very entitled. Yeah, Janet Rennick. This is the guy I was saying earlier who was in another Senate where he was giving everyone a science lecture on how climate change wasn't real. And then getting everything wrong. And then got laughed at. But yeah. I mean, in Parliament House, like the House of Representatives, you know, Parliament question time, that's probably when things are at their dumbest. Because there's just a lot of shit slinging during that. When it comes to the Senate and stuff like that, that's usually where the actual political work is meant to be done. The whole point of Parliament question time is to ask on the activities of members of each party. Obviously, mainly the leading party and what they're doing. They can ask them direct questions on what they're supposed to be doing about what. The Senate is where the actual work is done, where they actually talk policy and pass that shit.
I shit my pants * sips bore water.
Pretty much, though.
Sasalat. My teachers were like, be sure to pay attention to question time, it's the most important.
Kind of, but not really. The Senate is the most important, because that's where the most of the work, actual policy work is done. Parliament question time is important in that it gives the citizens an opportunity to see how the government conducts themselves. And this is why I actually encourage people. This is why I like watching Parliament question time as well and encourage other people to do it. Especially in Australia, it's fucking hilarious. It is so fucking funny to watch, man. Because yes, they behave like fucking children. And I love cunts just getting yelled at. And yeah, you can also see like, just how Scott Morrison handles himself. He doesn't answer any of his questions. So, whenever someone asks the Prime Minister a question, he just refers it to one of his ministers.
LOL. They behave like
yeah,
children.
they do. They really do. That's why everyone just calls Parliament House the kindergarten. Like, that's the thing, whenever I talk to my old man or my auntie or stuff, when I'm talking about Parliament question time, I was just like, oh, so I was watching the kindergarten the other day. But yeah, Scott Morrison just takes no responsibility for everything and fucking runs away from any type of challenge. And then, yeah, obviously, that behaviour in Parliament is a microcosm of how he fucking conducts himself as a leader. And so I personally think it's important to watch what happens in Parliament question time. Because you get to see these cunts for what they are.
I wonder if the shrooms would hit good if Clive Palmer starts talking.
I do slightly miss Clive Palmer being in Parliament.
ZXPO.
Because he had the dumbest questions ever.
The love of my life has returned. Oh, and Chili, that freak is also back. Hey.
Well, at least you remembered my name. How's it going, ZX? Oh, actually, we got a lot of junk media and Sunrise Productions to catch up on. Which is good. You arrived at a good time because we're just finishing up on this Parliament shit.
Point of order.
But otherwise, how's it going, mate?
Has just said that I'm not a scientist. I would like that corrected for the record. I am in fact a scientist, and And I also did not advocate using a horse medicine on humans. Ivermectin has many legitimate uses in human medical conditions. I would like that put on the record.
The record, COVID-19 is not one of them.
Correct.
Good. It is becoming a bit confusing what the government's position is on all of this, I must say.
ZXVO.
Mr. Rudd, I've got some
There's
final
tons indeed
questions,
to
and I know
catch
we've
up.
kept you,
Yeah,
I'm
boy.
good bro, hope you're too.
I'd just like
Yeah, I just,
to know
in case you're wondering where I've been, I just had a ton of fucking uni work to catch up on. Had assignments to get due.
Triple X
Basically frying my brain over that.
69 underscore triple X. Why the fuck are they tailing about horse medicine?
You understand the process.
Tailing about horse medicine. So basically what this was all supposed to be about is Sky News specifically, but generally News Corp, which is the Murdoch media, advocating for ivermectin as a cure for the coronavirus and to get people to ingest that. Obviously, one of the problems with that is it's a dewormer, so it's a drug designed to kill parasites. People who don't have a parasite and have don't even have corona, are taking it at random. And because they're taking something designed to kill parasites at random, it ends up just poisoning them. And then they go to hospital. I think there was one study that came out of the United States where I can't remember the exact name of the body, but basically the guys who handle people ingesting poison, they had a 550% increase in stomach poisoning because a bunch of people were taking ivermectin. So that's what it's meant to be about. But obviously the entire fucking
ZXVO.
thing has just kind of been derailed.
For a man in his 40s. You and Gator both.
But at least I'm not fat. I can settle for that one. But yeah, so yeah, the whole thing's kind of been derailed.
69 underscore triple X. Number bring back the bleach trend.
Yeah, boy.
They then refer that matter to
Bleach is mostly water, and we are mostly water. Therefore, we are bleach.
the broadcaster themselves. Have you had any response from Sky News in relation to your complaint?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. As you described the process contained in the correspondence between myself and ACMA, that I think is accurate. That is, A, they receive a complaint from a member of the public, in this case myself. B, they refer it to the media organisation in question. C, they then act or don't act. And then D, it seems to me from the letter from ACMA that ACMA then waits for the member of the public, in this case myself, to re-notify ACMA that nothing has happened in order to trigger a further round of activity by ACMA, if any at all. It strikes me as a bizarre process.
And in relation to the further deletion of other video content, we know that YouTube have deleted off their platform a number, and then Sky have self-censored, in Mr. Whittaker's words, another 18. Do you have any thoughts as to why they may have done that?
My experience of the Murdoch media in general is that they will only act when they believe that finally the regulators are coming down against them. Finally believe that the regulators are coming down against them. And that they believe more broadly that their corporate reputation may then be at stake. So after the initial, as it were, fighting by YouTube, they then must have initiated their own internal review of the rest of their product on this question of COVID disinformation. Given that we don't have a full and frank accounting of the process which Sky News went into, we can only speculate on that. But I think, Senator, it goes to the broader question that when we have, frankly, regulatory ambiguity on this question, then we have ACMA saying that at best it has weak regulatory powers. To me, what the correspondence from ACMA suggests is the Parliament should reflect on how
Triple X underscore Niscoper 69 underscore triple X. Remember when Sky got shadow banned via YouTube?
Ultimately, the penalties available to ACMA are huge.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is what they're talking about. Because I think, yeah, they got... They shadow banned for like 5 days, so they were prevented from uploading anything. And this is what this is all meant to be about.
Complaints to that point, which seems to me...
And then Sky News did their whole song and dance of, oh my god, free speech is under attack.
Obscurity, in which I think...
Why can't we have unlimited totalitarian power over every market possible? It's so unfair.
I had no idea.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. And
But then again,
for clarification,
I mostly follow
you may not
American
agree there,
content,
but Senator
rather than
McMahon,
stuff back
is a
home.
trained vet, so-
Holy crap, we were just saying earlier how, because of the heavily influence, or how we basically have American media, because it's all owned by News Corp, which is stationed out of the United States. That, yeah, a lot of Australians end up becoming more interested in American politics than their own politics. So, I just want to say, once again, I'm absolutely fucking correct, and I have my own case in point. Yeah, boy, I'm the best.
That's probably her, that's why she took issue with your description.
A huge amount of respect for vets, and I thank you for alerting me to that. But furthermore, I also know that veterinary scientists will be the last one to provide definitive judgments on whether or not a particular veterinary medicine should be used for human purposes, particularly on a virus such as the one we're dealing with, COVID-19.
Thank you very much for your
Sasalat.
time today.
I'm
Mr.
mostly
Rudd.
tired of the classroom attitude from the folks here.
Nah,
Sorry, Senator Rennick.
kind of the same
Senator
everything.
Rennick, you do not have.
This fucking cunt, man. They're laughing at you. Stop making an embarrassment of yourself. It's usually the sign. It's usually one of the great signs that you're failing as a man. When you're in public trying to show how smart and strong you are, and then the girls start giggling at you. It's usually one of the most telltale signs in society that you're making an embarrassment of yourself.
Thank you. We're finishing up here so that we can go and have a short lunch break. Mr. Rudd, thank you for your time. And if there's other questions, if that was Senator Rennick on the line there, if you've got follow-up questions, of course, all of our witnesses can take questions on notice. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudd.
Thank you very much, Senator Hanson-Young, and to all senators in this important committee's work.
Well, that was pretty dumb. Now let's go. Even dumber. Junk media. And then after that we got Sunrise Productions.
Barilero?
Oh, Barilara! Oh boy, man. Ah, fuck. Have they had their... Yes, I think they have... Friendly Geordies and Barilara have had their second sitting. I think they know now that, yeah, it was Barilara who basically went to the fixated persons unit to go get Christo arrested. I think, yeah, Friendly Geordies put out a whole video saying that they've been pretty much plotting this for nearly a year now. Since he started criticizing Barilaro, pretty much. But yeah, there's another national cunt. Another fucking useless cunt. Who just wants to keep his fucking job without ever actually doing it. Him and fucking Gladys, man. Ooh, $5,000 Ghost Gunny scan. We'll start with the e-begging simulator gameplay first. Yeah, boy. The fucking Sims.
Salat. NGL. Barilero seemed dodged since the beginning.
Yeah, I see. I wouldn't really know too much about his origins, because, yeah, obviously I'm a fucking Queenslander. So, don't really give a shit about New South Wales politics. My only understanding of New South Wales politics is, they vote for the fucking Blues, they're all a bunch of fucking cunts, yeah, fucking Maroons! And that's my understanding of New South Wales politics.
XXX_Niscoper 69_XXX. Brus vs a better lawyer. Sasalat. I've lived back and forth between Vic and NSW.
Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
There's some fat beats, man. I might have to get a copy of that. Hell, let's play that again. Fuck, that's a solid beat. But yeah, I reckon the funniest part is when by the end of the whole fucking lawsuit, the funniest part is that it doesn't matter if Barilaro wins or loses the lawsuit, his political career is fucked. There's just no getting around it. He is fucked. So I'm just keen to see that. That's the joy of it all. We're still in the middle of the harvest.
I've had a heads up with NSW politicians.
Ah, yeah.
But the way you afford it is you just go with a dip. The car got fixed, as you can see. It was amazing. Thanks for everybody for all your support.
Skip it up.
Sasalat.
Fucking loser faggot.
Being Dodge.
And I've made that dream happen today. And I'm going to share that dream.
But I mean, yeah. For me, generally, I just know that, the Nationals are pretty dodge on the whole. Like, to be fair, I don't know too much about the, internals of the Nationals. But, I've never heard good things about them. Like, I can at least say that there are, some competent people in the Liberal Party. But the Nationals, yeah, I don't really have any point of reference for them.
Nationals are the most dodge.
Yeah. They're, from what I know, they're somehow an even more corrupt version of the Liberal Party. Yes, kids, such things are possible if you believe.
I bought
ZXVO. TDS and VID volumes are a bit low.
Oh, sorry.
A NASCAR stock car.
There we go.
So how can I
Now it should
afford
be leveled out a
something
lot better.
Like this? Is it even expensive? I don't really know. But the way you afford it is you just go with a dip, which is what I'm doing for your entertainment. So how can I afford something like this? Is it even expensive? I don't really. So we're going to Daytona. I'm pretty stressed.
Daytona!
ZXVO.
Hang on, I gotta
Person
play it.
raising both hands in celebration.
Hang on a minute, we gotta watch the video now. Daytona USA theme. Yeah, boy.
I love that Daytona theme grew up on that.
Yeah, boy. What was it? It was Daytona USA and Sega Rally Championship, man. Those fucking games. Oh, so old school, man. I would love... Oh, how much? Hang on. Sega Rally Championship. Arcade machine...
XXX_Niscoper69_XXX.
Oh, my balls.
Let's fly away.
Sega Rally 1 arcade machine. Fuck, man. Fuck, that's pricey, bro. That squeezes my balls. £3,000.
Pounds to US.
Sasalat.
AUD.
There was a Daytona arcade machine in Westfield Shopping Center in Parramatta. Sasalat. Dunno now.
Just over $5,500. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I would fucking love one of these though. This would be the fucking tits, man. Oh man, so good. And what was the other one? Time Crisis. Time Crisis was fucking sweet. How much is a Daytona USA? Daytona USA. What that? Us! 12.5 thousand. Look at that one. 7,000 US dollars. Ah, fuck me. Ah, but it's so good. Oh well, I'm gonna have to settle for getting one of those little driving setups. Well, I'm gonna have to get a bigger desk first. Alright. Anywho. Enough of the Daytona!
Sasalat. You can probably get one at a discount if you ever catch an arcade shutting down.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Did he stall the fucking... Did he stall it?
Fucking shit.
I don't know if he stalled it or he hit
EXVO.
something. I think he stalled it.
It cost more than a real racing car.
True. Oh no, he actually crashed.
Yeah, I did. Looks great from the right side still, though.
Oh, look at that. What the fuck have you done, you idiot?
I was too busy.
I do like how they don't even bother putting headlights on because they don't need it. They're just sticky taped on.
Hell
of a session, I'm ready to go.
Probably won't.
After wrecking my primary car, I just don't see it happening. I raced at Daytona. Got to taste a small bit of my dream. I
Be
take
able
solace
to
in that.
financially do the NASCAR thing anymore. After wrecking my primary car. I just don't
Ooh,
see
he
it
has two
happening in
cars.
the future. I raced at Daytona. Went 200 miles per hour. Got to taste just a small bit of my dream. I take solace in that. After many messages, I have decided to take the advice from some people and swallow my pride and make a fundraiser for getting the car back on track. As to be expected, I am getting torn up in the comments section of my Daytona video for having a fundraiser to get the repairs.
XXX_Nescoper 69 _XXX. America be like, $5,000 for a used V1. Restream.io. Trophy congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
Yeah, boy. $5,000 worth of V6 engine to get that award. Congratulations. XXX underscore no scoper 69 underscore XXX. But yeah, I just love how he expects other people to pay for his own fuck up.
I just don't know.
Just like Games Workshop.
What I should do. Camelot 331 then started a GoFundMe, begging people to fix the damage he caused. Camelot kept taking money even after the car was fixed. I knew something was up. I decided to do some digging. Camelot raised $11,660 to repair his car, and gave a shout out to the garage who did the repairs. I decided to message the same garage, posing as the wife of a potential customer to establish how much Cody paid to get his car fixed.
Hold on to your butt.
Hey Aaron, my husband is looking for a rough estimate for parts and labor to repair my NASCAR. Its front and fender got smashed up, but it's just cosmetic, car still runs. Thanks.
Fix please. We already fixed that lol.
This just happened at the weekend, haha, not possible.
Have him call me.
So how much would you charge for this roughly?
Looks the same as last time.
Hang on, I'll call him and ask.
Thank you.
I'm an idiot, that wasn't his, just an example. This is a photo of his accident.
That's way cheaper.
Thank goodness, you got $1 value.
Maybe 3,500.
I gotta say, it's a good play. Good recovery. These guys are just like, hang on, this is a little odd. And he's just like, no. Actually, you just walked into my track card. And they're like, oh, track card, nice.
Great, I will let him know. Thanks a lot.
Welcome, it's not that bad.
XXX underscore Niscoper 69 underscore XXX.
How much would it cost for the first
oh
photo
fuck,
out of
the
curiosity?
wife did that.
I think that
Oh
was
no,
around
this is someone.
6,000.
This is Junk Media posing as old matey's wife.
500. I think that was around 6,500.
Tim?
So Camelot raised $11,660 and only spent $6,500 on the repairs according to the man who did the repairs. That means $5,160 has gone right into Camelot's back pocket. This is the definition of a scam. Camelot crashed one of his NASCARs, begged strangers to pay for the repairs, then kept nearly half of the money for himself without refunding anyone. Cody, I know you watch these videos. You owe your supporters $5,160. If you don't pay them back sufficiently, I'm going to report you to the fucking Federal Trade Commission.
That'll be a good meme.
That's just the main goal. The car got fixed, as you can see. It was amazing. Thanks for everybody for all your support, because that was insane. I never expected in my wildest dreams to have that much support from the community, so I appreciate it. And now we're here. We're about to go hard as hell. So get on it, doggone it.
Exposed.
The dream is still alive whenever I think it's over. You all kind of go push me forward. Thank you for blah blah blah.
XXX underscore Niscoper 69 underscore XXX. Called out. What a chat.
If you got no games, you expose, bitch.
Two.
You expose. You expose. You expose, bitch. You expose.
Fucking shit.
And yeah, shit driver.
If you need any help, just call 818.
He's worse than I am driving rally.
9410, and you could talk to Shadow.
But no, I wasn't tied to criminals. I wasn't affiliated with them. I had nothing to do with their actions outside of the fact they wanted to help me deal with
do be like that
myself.
sometimes.
Just keep it up.
Fucking loser faggot.
Okay, so the sponsor that came up to me fairly recently, and I'm excited as hell that we're working together, is called shadowsgovernment.com. These guys work with digital forensics, online psychological criminal profiling, and the one I'm going to be talking about the most, okay, is cyber criminal investigation. All right, and I am so 110% behind them for what they're doing. So thank you, shadowsgovernment.com, for being a Review Tech USA sponsor. I'll have a link to the website below in the description. Check it out. They also have a phone number. If you need any help, just call 818-280-9410, and you can talk to Shadow, who's the guy who runs the website.
Good morning, and thanks for staying up with us. Earlier Friday, we told you about a man who was arrested for pretending to be a doctor in Somerset. Turned out his scheme was part of a much bigger operation to exploit security issues worldwide. Katie O'Toole has that story.
Todd Nisley was arrested after impersonating a doctor at Somerset Community Hospital, but he says there's more to the story. Todd was a patient when he wondered just how secure the hospital is, both physically and technically. He runs an online conglomerate of computer hackers from all over the world called Shadows.
You know, I'm excited as hell that we're working together. It's called shadowsgovernment.com.
It's an online conglomerate of computer hackers from all over the world called Shadows. He says they perform experiments to open people's eyes about technical security and inspire them to protect their privacy.
We would go in and test security and see, you know, basically how far we can get.
He says he simply walked in the door, walked up to an open closet and grabbed a white coat. Looking the part, he was able to do whatever he wanted for 45 minutes until police say a nursing supervisor asked if he was a doctor. He says by just passing through, he had full access to the hospital computers. He claims he did not do anything with the information, but only wanted to prove the point that somebody could, which is what Shadows is all about.
Now, if I were a bad hacker, which I'm not, I'm a white hat hacker, if I were a bad hacker, to go into the computer rooms, and now that would put everybody
XXX_Nescoper69_XXX.
You know, and that's very,
That C needs a star, Pat Rick star.
Easy access to medical records and other information gives someone all they need to steal an identity. Insurance information, driver's
That C needs a
licenses,
C
and
star,
even social
Patrick
security
star.
numbers. According to the criminal complaint, Somerset Community Hospital plans to prosecute to the fullest extent possible. We reached out to them, but they declined to comment.
Shadow, or Todd Nisley, has 28 criminal convictions including drug charges, forgery, fraud, impersonating a doctor and receiving stolen property. 44,000 people saw his video promoting Shadow before it was taken down. Rich told 44,000 people, including impressionable kids, to directly contact this convicted criminal. Now let's listen to Rich downplay this.
So let's begin, shall we? Man, this is going to be awkward, but it needs to be done. One of the things that I did, and what I was called by an individual named Shadow. He called me and said, pretend that we are your sponsors and make a video announcing us as your sponsors, because the people that are your trolls and your cyber stalker, it'll really scare them off. And I did do that. I made a video saying my most important sponsorship ever. I advertised Dr. Michael Nuccitelli's whole iPredator thing. I made a video telling people to go check out Shadows if they're having the same issues I am. This is what Shadow, he did cyber intelligence and whatever else he did. This is what he specializes in. I even gave out his phone number. You can call him. Looking back on that now, that wasn't a good idea, but again, hindsight being 2020. But I knew nothing about these people. I thought their intentions were noble. They were looking to help me out with, you know, cyber stalkers, so on and so forth. So I kind of jumped in hook, line, and sinker. Well, behind it, there was two things that happened. One, the trolls, because they really didn't like them and they didn't like that they were helping me, started digging up dirt and finding out information. Especially on Shadow. And I had some phone calls, which I won't go into detail with because I don't feel like anyone, you know, coming after me. I had some phone calls with both Dr. Nuccitelli and Shadow that I didn't really like where they went. That's what I will leave them at. And the final straw was when someone in their group, who I won't name, actually posted on Twitter that they would pay someone to dox my cyber stalker, which that was the line in the sand. I didn't want doxing.
I think I've seen this guy and it wasn't in a good way.
Ivan, ZX kindly introduced me to him, and now I have taken a particular interest in him, as he is indeed quite the idiot, and I do enjoy a good idiot on the internet. It is my humble dream to be the dumbest person on the internet. Ah, a girl can dream. But when you look at professionals like Review Tech USA, you know, you got quite the way to go.
$200 for docs on the following. My best birthday present ever is from a buddy of mine from across the pond. You screwed up, pal, but it's the best gift I received in a long time. Someone sent me possible docs of the psycho that has been relentless on me. I'm tired of this prick. I would like to thank Anonymous, iPredator and Shadow's government for helping me proactively identify and locate Jason aka Review Hell USA.
Okay, they did find out what country my cyberstalker was in, but they never got me any explicit information. I never paid for a dox. I never did any of that. So after that, I cut ties with them. But one of the things I constantly see, and one of the things that have been used against me, is that I affiliated with criminals. And that is absolutely not true.
Rich, this man is a convicted criminal, correct? And you promoted him, while putting your audience
XXX_Niscoper69_XXX.
So it's very simple. You didn't
Shadow be like, hey bro, do you like traps?
I know that Shadow now
Cicella.
has a record, but whatever he did in his past had nothing to do with what we were tied with. It was simply him trying to help me with my issue. Okay? And whatever they did in the past had nothing to do with
Cicella.
I worked with them for maybe a month.
Didn't he just promote the dude who wore the DR coat and wasn't a DR?
Now, the one thing I will say that was my mistake, okay, is that I learned a lesson from that. Is that always, if you are on...
But a classic tactic of a... How do we say? We'll just go with strategists, such as Review Tech USA, is to rely on the short attention span of other people. Basically hoping that no one really pays attention to anything he says. Because they know, well, for most part, their audiences usually don't. It's the same thing News Corp does. Sky News and whatnot. They will constantly, completely backflip on their stances on shit when it becomes unprofitable. And what they rely on is the fact that their audience doesn't really care.
Unfortunately, I know people who has a short attention span.
I mean, most people do. And you can't blame them for that. People are just interested in other things. And I mean, with stuff like this, you know, it doesn't really amount to much. It's just retards being retards on the internet. But that is the tactic they go for. They're trying to exploit people's natural laziness. And people are, by their nature, lazy.
YouTube, and people are coming forward, and I do it all the time now. When people ask to, be your sponsor or work with you, always do your homework on them. Because even if they seem legit from the front, they have a very professional email that they send you, you never know what's going on behind the scenes. And from that situation, I learned a valuable lesson. And my mistake with that was I jumped into it too quick because I was scared, I was nervous, and I wanted the situation resolved, and that was my mistake. But no, I wasn't tied to criminals. I wasn't affiliated with them. I had nothing to do with their actions outside of the fact they wanted to help me deal with my cyberstalkers. No more, no less. So all the other allegations that are made with that are complete BS and totally false.
So thank you, shadowsgovernment.com, for being a Review Tech USA sponsor. I'll have a link to the website below in the description. Check it out. They also have a phone number. If you need any help, just call 818-280-9410, and you could talk to Shadow, who's the guy who runs the website.
0300 65506.
Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord. Ready? And let eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord. Ready?
Cicella. People nowadays is so weird. Cyberstalkers? I don't even have a Twitter account, and the Facebook account I got is just so I can use my Oculus Quest 2.
Well, the thing with cases like Review Tech USA,
cyber stalker is a pretty broad term for him because it also encapsulate people like Junk Medium who just poke fun at his bullshit. Call out his hypocrisy. But such is the nature of cunts with a massive ego. When you're just that narcissistic and entitled, you think anyone that presents you any level of criticism is actively trying to attack you. But again, as we were saying about the government, and when people don't like criticism, it's usually because they're shit at their job, but they want to pretend they're good at their job. After all, if you want to be good at what you do, you should be open to criticism, because it is only through criticism that you're ever gonna learn. You don't know how shit you are at what you're doing until someone comes in and points out how bad it is.
ZXVO. There are some great vids ahead. The best one is did Ruto get gastric bypass surgery from 2 weeks ago.
Yes! Oh, I thought I watched that on stream, but I have watched that one.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious. The gastric bypass surgery. And yeah, they say it in the video too, ZX, where it's just like, you're not a bad person for having this, you know?
If you're doing good, people won't say anything bad.
Well, kind of. If you're doing... Well, the thing is, if you're doing good, people are gonna criticize you. But you'll end up with just a lot of, not all the criticism is going to be legitimate, because just as the nature of criticism, there are ulterior motives to criticism. If you're good at what you do, you're always going to get criticism. And if you're bad at what you do, you're going to get criticism. It's the people who do average who get the least amount of criticism. The people who go nowhere in life.
Legitimate.
Yeah, I agree on that. You're less likely to get legitimate criticism if you're good at what you do, because most people will be like, well, you know what you're doing, so why do we care? You'll end up with a lot of illegitimate criticisms of people, you know, attacking your character, people who are nitpicking shit, like, or they're angry that you're not doing what they want you to do. Even though you're good at what you're doing, you're just not doing it
ZXVO.
to create what they want.
Oh, okay, I have a hilarious one you may have missed. Go to review Shinaza and watch his latest 2 vids. Start with the 39 SEC one, then was the latest one.
Review China USA. Ah, yes. But yeah, with the gastric bypass surgery, they bring it up, it's like, there's nothing wrong with having this surgery. You know, it's getting rid of all your excess fat, so it's healthy for you. But why the fuck would you try and use this as some workout fucking thing to boost your own fucking ego? But yeah, it's just further indicative of, what should we call it? Rich's character.
Sasalat. The hell, it's the same dude.
I got laid by a 4-year-old when I was 20.
Sorry, what? Hang on.
Why can't you take cock from pizza? I got laid by a 4-year-old when I was 20. Fantastic. I had a lot of stupid takes and said a lot of things I would never agree with now back then. But I made a choice. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it was a fun choice. I got laid by a 4-year-old when I was 20. It was a fun choice. It was a fun choice. It was a fun choice. I got laid by a 4-year-old
Sasalat. What the hell is he trying to prove?
I don't know. I don't know. I do want to see this though.
Anyway. Where is Carlos? Carlos is a handsome bird. He's down here. I almost forgot the bird. Yeah, well, his feeling, dude, I'm not even gonna, I'm gonna ignore it. It's a waste of time to even do it. He's here admitted before that he puts together fake videos. So anybody with a brain, I should have known. I want to give, like, I changed.
Sasalat.
And
I'd
I'm
love
no
to have his
longer- I don't
microphone
feed
though.
I mean, once in a while I get
I'd
into my
probably
little
spray
Twitter
it with
spat here and there,
disinfectant.
but I don't feed the.
So you, what you're saying is you'd love to have his microphone, but not specifically his microphone.
Trolls, at least to the degree that I used to. So you can
Shut up, you fat fuck. Let's get to the part where you get wrecked.
You know,
Sasalat.
Review Tech China is proof
Not his
trolls don't change.
microphone.
Also gonna get his just go to town.
Sasalat. But the microphone sounds good.
You were so chummy with Review. Anyone that crazy who did all that psycho trolling towards you? Just curious why you tried. I didn't try to friend him. I was just. I'm like, all right. I'm sure maybe he and in there, which is factually not true, and I have legal recourse against. I hate sounding like DSP here, but if you're saying that I'm a fucking pedophile, which is factually not true, yeah, I'm gonna react and do something. Not stupid, legally, but I'm gonna do something. You can't do that. You can't just say...
Well, actually, if there was legitimacy to the claim of him falsely accusing you of a pedophile, yeah, you could take legal action. I guess it's all a matter of knowing his location and shit like that. Like, the lawsuit could end up being more expensive than it actually is. But regardless, I think if you just messaged the guy and told him, look, dude, you can't fucking do this, it's fucking illegal. I think most people are. Most people are just diplomatic. But, you know, I don't know the full context, but I feel like there's a lot of animosity between
even most
the
devout
currently
trolls,
active
they may try to
factions.
clickbait you in by
If he legitimately
insinuating
admitted
something,
it,
but when you
then
watch
it's
the actual
legitimately a reason
video,
to call him
they
that.
don't, they're like, yeah, we...
Like, I don't think Review Tech USA is legitimately saying that he had sex with a 4-year-old. I think that's him being an idiot. But what the fuck do you expect if you say dumb shit like that? You obviously get it. It's such... First of all, it's perfect ammunition. And second of all, it's always gonna look bad.
That was just...
So unless you're intentionally trying to look like an idiot and look bad, then, you know, you shouldn't really do that. But obviously, I don't know... Like, it's just strange behavior. Because he's obviously getting very defensive about it. Because he knows how badly it can be interpreted. But rather than just come out and say, yeah, I was being stupid.
Sasalat.
Probably shouldn't have said that.
Earlier I was like,
yeah.
What is this guy trying to prove?
Yeah, so but this is what, you know, people, when they get this level of ego, they can't accept any level of fault. Unless they personally believe it's a fault that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And so they will fight and die on every hill, no matter how worthless that hill actually is.
Clickbait. He didn't really do that. Like, you can't just do... That's not how it works. That's not trolling. You can't just do that.
I'm gonna watch the part where he watches the video.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do something that I really don't want to do. And I really don't want to do it. I'm gonna assume that
someone?
these are... If you bring up stuff that's obvious trolling, I'm just gonna block you. It starts now. I hate doing that because I feel like I'm pulling a Wings of Redemption, but
that's because you are.
I hate doing it. It's not that I'm a fan of doing that. Yeah, I know he's...
Let's get to the part where he watches the video. Yes, please.
This is just how
let's see how he reacts, because this is going to be quite interesting, I do believe.
Admits to having sex with a 4-year-old.
Gator, play the goddamn clip.
39-second video. Admits to having sex with a 4-year-old.
Oh, I didn't actually watch the video. Aww. 0 out of 10. But still pretty good meme. But yeah, I just feel like the guy's just kind of digging his own... He's just making things so needlessly complicated for himself. Because he's valuing things that don't fucking matter.
10 to 12 grand would probably fix it up brand new. Anywhere from 10 to 15 grand, it looks like. It's looking at $9,000 to $10,000 is what it's going to cost. Be the rest. So it can be anywhere from 11 to 15. And the repairs were only like 6,500. I'm sorry.
Sasalat.
I learned
Now I
that they were
remember
my
where I
real
remember
friends.
that guy. Sasalat. He was attacking the quartering.
Ah, yes, yes. We had that little... We watched that little saga. That was, 4 weeks back? Yeah, those two butted heads over something. And it was very, very dumb. And I'll be honest, I don't think particularly highly of the quartering, but to give the quartering credit where credit's due, he at least has enough self-awareness and self-respect to know that when he's standing waist deep in shit, it's probably time to move on.
Fucking shit.
So as you can see, we bid up the old 12 car at Daytona to get something like this fixed. It's pretty astronomical.
And so we'll see. I might do it. I might not.
The room, like the.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? Set up the GoFundMe account. Cause I don't like. I was talking to Ballard about this in the DMs. I talked to Ballard a lot, and at least the headlight didn't show. I was talking to Ballard in the DMs about it, and I don't. I just it makes me feel gross to ask people.
ZXVO.
It's weird.
He's still going at the quartering in every live stream junk media section, waiting till it's all over before he makes one large VID of it all. That guy is Dodge. The car wasn't even beat up that bad. Sasalat. It's not like the axle is done for.
Yeah, they say that it's cosmetic damage. None of the internals are fucking damaged, but yeah, I mean, for fuck's sakes, if you're going to go into competitive racing, you should already have funds on the side in case of events like this, or you should have a second car, which he had, so that these things shouldn't really amount to much. Well, they will amount to a decent amount, but they're not going to fucking be a wrench in the works. And if you don't have the financial foundation to get all of that set up, then you are not financially viable to compete in this competition, this type of competition. It's absurd. It's like, which do you want to pick? Are you just that fucking dumb, or you just that fucking underhanded?
So I'm kind of just still mulling it over in my brain. So, a lot of people are asking me to start a GoFundMe, and I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not comfortable asking people for that. I mean, it's my thing, you know what I'm saying? So that doesn't feel right. I am considering it though, because without that, I will never be able to make it to Charlotte. Charlotte's in a month and a half. That's our next race. I'm already registered for it, pre-registered and everything. I've already paid for it, but I just don't. I do not really have any other way. So I might do that. I might not. Can you swap parts to another car? Maybe, yeah. When is the race? July 17th. So basically, I'm gonna need about. The bill for it's gonna be anywhere from 10 to 15 grand. So we're gonna see what I can figure out in that time period. But I am considering doing a GoFundMe. It makes me feel gross. I don't like it. So I'm still probably not gonna do it. But I have looked at it a little bit. I have a bunch of my real hardcore OG viewers asking if I could start one so they could support it. And it just feels wrong. It feels like I'm stripping. Dude, I would love to drive open wheel super console gamer. It's just so expensive. How bad is the car? It's mainly cosmetic. Somewhere around 10 to 12 grand would probably fix it up brand new. I'll announce if I do to start one. How much to fix it? Let's get funky. 10 anywhere from 10 to 15 grand. It looks like. That's the general quote from the team. I'm gonna call it Monday and see. Quiet Rider. Talk to some guys today. We got. I'm gonna drop off the car
2K
this
for
week.
cosmetic.
We have.
Dream on.
Yeah, buddy.
It's looking at 9 to 10,000.
What you want that car gold plated? Do you?
Is what it's gonna cost. They'll tell me the exact amount once they're done with it, but that's kind of the estimate with everything, paint, everything. So that's the idea, because it's just so damn expensive. But anyways, I set it at 15,000. I called today. The body works around 8,500 to get this completely brand new. So this entire front end, they're gonna have to mold it. And they're gonna. I
remember earlier when they posed as his wife. It was one half.
Yeah, it was half of that.
So they're gonna have to remake all this. This is all when they make it, and everything's gonna be about $8,500. And then paint is gonna be anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 for just this. And then decals and everything else.
The bathroom was all the way down.
So it can be anywhere from 11 to 15.
Right?
So that's
yeah.
I got it pretty close.
Right. Yeah.
So I really appreciate all the support, guys.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Where is the? I want to see this. I want to. Yeah. Gotta give a big shout out to Helena. Helena dropped. Look at the number she dropped.
The room, like the
That's so nice of you. Thank you, Helena. I love you. Victoria as well, another viewer that's always in here. Sonia, another viewer that's always in here. Adam Cameron, John Mayer, Marissa Killen.
Gonna steal this picture.
LOL. Decal isn't necessary to race.
Nah, it's just for advertising shit.
Huge. We got more than it cost to even fix it, so that was really awesome. So I bought some new brakes for the car because it needed it, and we got the car fixed, and it's great now. I've seen something about that, Sean, but what it is my GoFundMe was set up for like before I ever got a quote for anything. I set it up for like 15 grand. It got like 11,004, I think. And the repairs were only like 6,500. So, and the repairs were only like 6,500. I get it. Are you getting it fixed? I can't really afford it right now. I'm weighing my options. There's the option of selling the 24 car. That would easily pay for everything. But I really don't want to do that because like it's my dream, like to have that car and get it fixed. Not fixed, but get it finished. Like I said, I'm gonna see what I can do by myself and see if I can sell some stuff. Like if I sell that might be my
This F-slur went to his own ex-wife's wedding after she dumped his arse.
Pay for the damage.
Very interesting tactic. I don't know, maybe he was hoping for like an Adam Sandler romantic comedy style ending.
I like my Jeep a lot, but it's one thing I can afford to lose. I'm gonna look around my house and see if I think I have a lift I can sell because I don't use it. It's an engine lift. I think I have my guitar amp won't go for that much. I'm just trying to figure it out. Maybe I could probably sell my Jeep actually. I don't want to sell it. But I only drive it like one day a week because no top in the sun. So we'll see. I could probably get 8 grand or 9 grand out of it. That would almost cover it. The GoFundMe page is linked to the top of the chat. So I really appreciate that, guys. You guys do not have to go. You do not have to drop anything there. If we can get halfway there in 2 weeks, that'll help me, and I have a long stock that I've been holding for a long time, and I'm gonna lose.
Like, I wonder if if I was like in the same scenario.
What's your take on GoFundMe?
My take on GoFundMe. It's a good concept, but extremely corruptible. That's all I can say. I have very little expectations from GoFundMe. I think the Steam Greenlight program
ZXVO
was far more competent.
The VID audio is low again.
Yeah, sorry, I turned it down. But yeah, I have very little confidence in anything that's on GoFundMe. Because if nothing else, it demonstrates a large level it demonstrates a pretty huge amount of lack of logistical foresight. That you don't have the money to do what you want to do. And so and if you have that level of poor project management, then your project is probably going to continue to be poorly managed. And that's what I find with a lot of GoFundMe shit. It's all very poorly managed. So you end up with a lot of circumstances in GoFundMe projects where even if they didn't originally start out as scams, they end up as scams.
ZXVO. I have a GoFundMe up to reverse my bottom surgery. Sasalat. I think if GoFundMe didn't exist, people would think more on theological foresight. It's being a bust more often than it's helped people.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, yeah, I've found GoFundMe to be much more so along the lines of a means of scamming people, and especially being a US company, US based, consumer. There's very little tools for the consumer to get their money back. A lot of times, people just take the money and run. But, yeah, I feel like there would be, there's just better alternatives in terms of, being crowdfunded. Obviously, the big one is Patreon. Because if you're crowdfunding a project through Patreon, at least the way it's set up, it's more like you're being employed by a community. So they're paying you a rate, which is obviously monthly. And people consistently pay it, so it's probably like more expensive in terms of or rather it makes more money than a GoFundMe in the long term, but in the short term it doesn't really earn that much. And I think that's it's less prone to corruption, because a thing about corruption is just the nature of power. When you give someone a little bit of power incrementally, they will eventually become corrupt when they realize how much power they've accumulated over time. But when you dump a ton of power on someone at once, they're usually just immediately going to turn to corruption. It's like what happens with lottery tickets. A lot of people who end up winning the lottery hate winning the lottery because you've just given all these resources in one go. Everyone around you just wants to grab the resources off you. And a lot of the time, the people that have so many resources at one go, they're not prepared for it. So they don't know how to organize themselves to make the most of it. And a lot of it just ends up getting wasted. And that's why I feel like it's like with GoFundMe. You get a ton of money at once. People get the illusion that they're going to keep having a ton of money. And so they spend it poorly. And then they fuck up the whole project. Whereas I think if you get it incrementally, yeah, it's chances of corruption, but it should be staved off for a good while. Because it's more incremental. But otherwise, going back to my main point, you shouldn't have this problem to begin with. You should be more organized if you're going to engage in a project like that.
ZXVO. Yes, it's like when Gator is left in charge of the kill stream, then tries to take it over forever.
Exactly. And as we all know, the kill stream is one of the most highly watched and highly venerated podcasts on the internet. It only makes sense that everyone would want to take over it.
lose a bunch of money on it, but I could get it taken care of. I could get the other half taken care of. I've been holding it for 10 years now. But if I have to, I'll kill that.
Like the bathroom was
Love my boy. Everyone blow up the GoFundMe. Thank you so much, Roberto Jones. Like I said, I didn't want it's something I was very nervous about even starting because I know how it can be and be perceived. And I wasn't even expecting it to do anything because, you know, it was my dream. You know, it's not your guys' responsibility. But my dad talked to me about it, and Ballard talked to me about it. A lot of people talked to me about it, and they said just do it so we can keep the dream alive. So that's what we're doing. So I appreciate everybody's support on that. Can somebody drop the GoFundMe link? It's not. Stream Elements isn't putting it up there. It's weird to like shout out every now and then. But I'm not gonna advertise it too much. I don't want people to think that I'm trying to scam peeps. I just don't feel comfortable asking. And Ballard will tell you exactly. Me and Ballard had a conversation, and Ballard helped me get my air fixed a few months ago, and it took every damn thing in me to accept his help. So I appreciate Ballard for that. I love it. Ballard's my boy. So there's my GoFundMe. Yeah, I put it in the thing. But I don't want to talk about it too much. I just wanted to let you guys know that's what I'm doing. And if it makes it, it makes it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I am going to drop off the car Thursday. And they're just gonna basically keep the car until I can pay for it. So we'll see what happens. So we're gonna get it taken care of. It's just the GoFundMe is very important for that. If you didn't have a YouTube following, do you think you ever get it repaired? Nope. If I didn't do YouTube, I wouldn't be doing this. I do this. I do the racing thing for YouTube because of YouTube. I asked somebody a long time ago. I was like, "Hey, look at this car. Should I buy this car and try to, you know, do this for real and make content?" And they were like, "Yeah." And I was like, "All right, cool." And I started. This was all done on a whim. If I was still working at, you know, Walmart as I would have never done this. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you. Recent Brian Oliveras, that's the recent guy. I appreciate you, my friend. Michael, I appreciate you. Victor, anonymous. Wow. Appreciate you guys.
Sasalat.
Like I said, I didn't even feel comfortable.
His eyes are black and his eyebrows move more than Asmongold's eyebrows when he's trying to hype up the stream.
If this doesn't get us there, it's fine. At least we had a bunch of
Asmongold charging up his power with his eyebrows.
So much. So that's basically what the GoFundMe thing's about. It's like you got more than the goal. And I was like, "Or you got more than the repairs?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then I said in the description I would use anything extra towards, you know, brakes or my Gordon car, which is what I did. So that I don't know. People just hate. They hate that they're not the ones getting like revenue, which is fine. I totally get it, man. Like I said, I've said this 100 times.
Brakes aren't $5,000.
It's the same stuff as always. It's like I'm angry because you pay your bills with YouTube, and I want to do that. And since I can't do that,
yeah, that's true. I think you could get monetized at 1,000 subscribers, but it's also not really any point with a channel that small. And quite frankly, just its advertising revenue is such an absurdly unreliable fucking means of revenue.
I'm angry at you for it.
I'd say personally, my strategy, business-wise, is if I had large enough audience where I could make a profit and I could do what I do full-time, I would probably look at Patreon. Or if I had some other alternative that had a better cut of the profits or, you know, just something like that. But I'd always go to crowdfunding because I think that's just, it's more reliable and I think it helps build more accountability between the the producer and the consumers.
Sasalat. I'm not a mechanic, but when my dad changed his brake pads, it wasn't even $1,000 AUD.
Yeah, and that's Australian dollars as well. And so for us, you know, prices are about a third higher than they are in the US.
How long are you taking a break? Well, so far it's been a week. I haven't put anything out in a while. And in about a week from now, I won't be streaming at all. So get prepared for that. It will hurt me revenue-wise, but I just don't have it in me right now. I know that sounds like a really bitchly thing, but yeah, I don't really I just don't feel good in my mental area, and I because as soon as you start gaining any ground on YouTube, like haters jump on, everybody starts
He's
jumping
greedy
on.
ASF.
You know, that doesn't really bother me. Mainly what.
Yeah, and here's the thing: even if you want to take malice out of the equation, it's still gross mismanagement, gross financial mismanagement, and a pretty clear indicator that you are not prepared to enter this industry that is competitive NASCAR. Because the big question, there's still the giant question in the air: what happens if you crash again? How the fuck are you going to pay for it? Are you going to have another fucking GoFundMe? Because if you do that, everyone's going to have the big question: what happened to the rest of the money from last time? Weren't you saving that up in case this happens again? It's just gross. Like, this is the thing when you get to these points. It's just like, what happened? Do you just suck this much, or are you trying to fuck people over? What's going on?
Well, I'm a very, very P&L numbers guy, and when I see the numbers go down, and I work extra hard to try to make up for it, and it just continues to get worse and worse, like... Alright, here we go! Who's got the last spin, baby? Who's gonna win MH1000? Who's got it, baby? Oh, Mike, you were so close, baby. Is he in chat? Is Ottawa game?
Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to actually get a I need to get a spinner wheel or some shit. I don't know. I want to get like a program that can get everyone in sort of chat or some shit like that. I don't know. The point is, I have wanted to get a spin wheel thing and do a bit of a giveaway.
Sasalat.
I know.
Hey. Why?
Oh, I can't remember. I hope you're referring to what I'm going on about now. But yeah, I want to get a spinner wheel because I'm subscribed to the Humble Bundle, so I get a lot of free games from that. And obviously the big problem I have is I got all these games that are just piling up, and I have no intention to play. Even if I do have intentions of playing them, I know I'm probably not going to play them because I got so many other games I need to get through first. So I just have all these games that are piling up, and some of them are pretty high quality games, like AAA games like Yakuza and shit like that. I've got I think I had one of the Call of Duties. I can't remember which one. I think it might have been Black Ops 3. I'm not too sure. I had the Resident Evils, and otherwise I also get duplicates of games I already got. So basically what I wanted to do is give away the games. So get a little spinner going, and then yeah, just give out a random game to someone. Because yeah, I got too many fucking games. I'm not going to fucking play them, so I may as well just get rid of them.
Gamers in the damn chat right now.
So, I mean, yeah, what else am I going to do with them? They're just sitting in a fucking... they're just sitting on a web page waiting to eventually expire. So I may as well just give them to people.
He's in the chat. Ottawa Gamers, my boy. He got him. He got him. Make sure you message me on there, please. Ottawa Gamers, yeah, you got it, baby.
GL
Ottawa
to the
Gamers
winners.
wins the ESP MH1000 guitar.
I just haven't thought about how I'm supposed to play this.
How fun was the experience dealing with Cody? I'll put it this way, I won the prize. I tweeted and gave him my addy. Then the wait game for weeks. I had to bug to get his attention, ask for a tracker. He said it got sent back, lol nope. I said can we trade for a WWE belt, then again he doesn't come back to DM, you have to chase him, and finally I got blocked on Twitter. No more decimeters as I waited from 21st to 27th, and made a video called Cam is a scam friend, tweeted it to him and unblocked me, sent me money, and I blocked him, simple to the point.
Alex, I don't know, dude, that was weird, that was literally weird. Now, granted, Alex, I will say this. There's a reason why I'm not going to dox the dude, and that's because I don't know for sure, but I think he's like a kid, or he's like got some kind of mental issue, because where it stems from, that tweet anyway, was, you know, I was driving. I was driving, and that guy messaged me about that. I was driving, and he like texted me like over like 1,000 times.
Sasalat.
But I was driving. I had
Driving
a stock car
7
in my
days
trailer.
high.
And
After giving away 9 PS5s and an Xbox Series X, one of the giveaways got lost in the mail. So it took about a month and a half. They said it never arrived. So I just PayPal'd the winner the money. They then made a hate video saying it took too long. Don't do giveaways, folks.
No, it's not that you shouldn't do giveaways. Don't do shit giveaways. But, here's the thing. It doesn't matter what you do. If you shit at it, people are going to be shitty at you about it. So just don't be shit. Or when you are shit, at least admit to it. Then people can understand. That's what I don't get about people sometimes. If you suck at what you do, yeah, people are going to make fun of you. But most people do want to help out. Most people do genuinely want to show you how to get shit done properly. Of course they're going to make fun of you, though. That's just the nature of these things. It's you. Think of it as their fee for helping you. They just get to make fun of you for a little while. But yeah, it's just people. People are actually very reasonable. You know, they really are, and they're quite understanding. And they because most people have lives. They understand things aren't always so simple. Shit happens. But yeah, if you're just gonna be a fucking cunt about it, you know, block people, not fucking message them back, not keeping them up to date, then don't be surprised that people end up getting shitty at you. I mean, and this isn't to my own harm. I know I'm quite unreliable, and incompetent at times. I fully understand that. But I try to do right by other people, and I'm willing to admit when I fucked up. Because hey, you know, even if at the end of the day, I just want to try and make sure that everyone gets what they wanted. They get what they signed up for. That's always been my thing. You don't need to do a good job. Just at least do the fucking job, you know?
I was driving and I didn't check my phone for like 10 hours because the drive's about 10 hours long. And then I got there and he was like really angry after texting me for so long and I not responded. So I said, hey, when I get home from Charlotte or Daytona, I don't remember which one it was. I was like, I'll, you know, PayPal you the money, you know? It wasn't you, Mike. No, I know it's not you. I was like, I'll just PayPal you the money. It's fine. And he was like, all right. And then I got home and I PayPal'd him the money. And then he blocked me immediately. And I was confused.
You always do top-notch voice acting.
And then he,
people on Newgrounds don't think so. They say my voice acting sucks.
I didn't know about it. It's been months now. I didn't know idea. Well, probably not months, but 1 month. Yeah, I know it wasn't you, Mike. Dude, that's been, honestly, like the most hellacious thing is getting that final PS5. It's unbelievable. I've probably tried 60 times now. But lo and behold, it will happen. So.
Ah, yes, lying about his girlfriend. He's gonna get
one. One thing about Pillsbury Doho, if you ever saw her in real life, so Pillsbury Doho lives in the town I live in. So I've actually seen her in real life, and she's tiny as hell, but she looks. She put out a video where you can see her whole body, and she looks like she's like 6'1". Right? No, she's like 5'2", man. She a baby.
Damn. Yeah, nice.
She a little girl. Big shout out to Pillsbury Doho. Pillsbury Doho lives in my same city and went to Daytona with us to help set up everything, so I appreciate that. She's in our chat.
Oh, no, that's not me.
I appreciate you. I'm glad you came back to hang out with us. Shay Blunt says, I feel like I'm learning friendships are more important connections. Are important connections to me. More important than romantic relationships. I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Sorry, what?
More important. I appreciate you. I'm glad you came back to hang out with us. Shay Blunt says, I feel like I'm learning friendships are more important connections. Are important connections to me. More important than romantic relationships. I would agree with that.
What? Sorry, I just find that very confusing. Friendship is more important than a romantic relationship. Very interesting point. Text-to-speech didn't read it out. Oh, triple question mark. Yeah, I don't...
Sasalat. Is he high?
I don't even know, man. I'm genuinely as confused as you are. Like, I think literally everyone would agree. It goes from, like, no relationship at all to, like, a business relationship. Like a what is it? An association. To an actual friendship. To a romance. And then marriage. I mean, for fuck's sakes! Dude, this is why the Spartans encouraged homosexuality within their phalanxes. Because they literally say that, what's the quote? It's like, you would sacrifice, or what is it? You would sacrifice everything you have, or you would sacrifice a lot for a friend, but you would sacrifice everything for a lover. And that's why they actually encouraged homosexuality within the ranks of the Spartans. Because they wanted the people to have romantic relationships with the other soldiers. So that way, their theory was that it would make them fight more die-hard levels. Because they're not fighting for their friends, they're fighting for their lovers.
I would agree with that.
And yes, the Spartans were hardcore gay boys. Yeah, you think they just ran around in muscle-shaped armor for nothing?
I'm going to talk about my wife leaving me and why.
By the way, the sad piano music is not added by Junk Media. The guy actually adds to sad piano music for himself. We watch some of these apology videos, man. They're funny as fuck.
You know, I guess why it happened, what caused it, what's the result from it. Like, I noticed she was, like, being quiet. And, you know, I just was like, hey, you know, what's going on? What's wrong? And she really didn't hesitate much, but, you know, she just told me, you know, she's like, I don't love you anymore. Like, this person was literally, like, my entire life. And we had built a life together, and, you know,
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at someone being heartbroken, but doing this sad fucking music, man. It's so corny, man. It's so fucking corny, bud.
That you would die for without a second thought.
It's so fucking good, bud.
Doesn't love you anymore. Like, I would just break down.
He had to add the music.
Yeah, he had to add the fucking music.
And she wouldn't even have a reaction. She just didn't.
And he's doing his... He's going for his Oscar nomination with the acting as well.
Anymore. She told me that she...
Like, I remember he was doing this. I'm pretty sure he's doing it now. But he's reading from a script on the computer screen, I'm pretty sure. Because I know there was another one where you could tell he was always looking at a specific point, and it was clear he was just looking at the computer screen. Because he obviously had a script written up.
Didn't know why.
And his movements and shit were very methodical. You know?
Had
very methodical.
An unending urge to live alone and experience life alone, and unfortunately that means I had to go away.
And jump into the first screenshot. So let's explain some context real quick. I used to be married a long time ago. We split in 2016, and we're on good terms. You know, we're friends now. We don't like talk very often, but you know, we're on good terms. So here's the first screenshot, and says, "How does this photo make you feel?" And I'm like, "I'm friends with my ex-wife. I don't care." And then they got pissed because I didn't care. And then they called me a simp because I wasn't upset at their message. Thank you, Skywife. I mean, Skytech. Why'd your wife leave? I don't know. She never really told me. She just one day was like,
"This guy is a walking catastrophe."
Now, granted, she emailed me a couple years later telling me why, but I never read it. Because I was like in a good place, and I was like, I'm not about to read something that's going to be like maybe her therapist told her that this is why because she didn't even know why, and then she probably retroactively came up with things that she hated about me, and then probably emailed them to me. And I'm like, you know what? I don't really care about that right now. It's been 2 years. I don't care anymore. I learned that they were my real friends.
Yeah, just a lot of poor strategy.
I've been rejected, but it's just whack to go make a video about it on YouTube and add sad music.
Like, I can understand why you would want to make a video of it. Like, cause obviously this is a very impactful part of your life, you know? This could impact your performance, producing videos, so it might be interesting to inform people what's happening. But why the sad fucking music, you know? It's so fucking corny, and it comes across as so disingenuous. You're clearly trying to set this atmosphere of sympathy. It's just absurd, you know?
Sasalat. He overplayed his hand.
Yeah. Not a very good play as we're going into the second innings here. And now we have another realm of stupid. This is a gunt, if you will.
Shalom.
How's it going, Gas? We're just about to get into Sunrise Productions. So a quick introduction for you, Salsalai. This is Ethan Ralph. Probably one of the crowning train wrecks we've had on this show. We've had some dumb people. I'll have to introduce you to Cyrax. I don't know which cave he's currently in now, but he is quite the entertainment. Actually, no, I do have one of this glorious one. Hang on, where is it? Where's Cyrax proving he's a musical genius? The coronavirus shit. No, don't need that. Ooh. No, stop! Don't get distracted. Back to work. Fuck. I know I have it here, sire. No, this isn't the one I want.
Sasalat. Is that
yes.
Biden kissing Trump in the neck?
Yes, it was. I think I was going to use that picture for a video, but I never got around to it. Yes. So this is Cyrax proving that he's a musical genius. So what he's going to do is he's going to blindfold himself and then play music entirely by ear on the piano. Or a keyboard, rather.
Step further, I do have my eyes closed, but I am able to feel for my controller, which is right here.
I need to make a documentary on this guy. This guy's quite the character.
Let's get this started.
Are you ready to see a musical genius at work? Step the fuck back, Mozart. Sit the fuck down, Beethoven.
No, you guys can hear the music.
Go back to the back of the bus, Bach. Alright, here we go. Point proven, Sasalai. Pure art. Pure talent. You can't even compete. Anyhow, that's a quick introduction to Cyrax. He's done a bunch of other funny shit.
Sasalat. Chronocast.
But yeah, so this guy is even more incompetent than that. So this guy mostly has lived in a dark corner of the internet. he ended up getting some level of popularity when his stream hosted this other guy called Mr. Medica, who is quite well liked.
Actually impressive. He must be some type of savant.
Mm-hmm. Clearly. Like, you could just see the evidence right there. But yeah, after Mr. Medica got bored and went on to do other shit, and by that we mean nothing, and die of cancer. But not dead yet, he's still going. But Ralph kind of slowly but surely he kept trying to ride off the success of Medica, and he thought the key to success was to go around causing drama, which obviously ended up backfiring horrifically. Now he's pretty much in a very, very dark corner of the internet. Most of his audience, I'm pretty sure, are just there to troll him, and with a small percentage of
ZXVO.
legitimate, whatchamacallits.
MR Gator whore.
Exactly. Alright, now. We have Ethan Ralph goes to the FBI about internet troll. Oh yes, that's right. So there's this other guy who hosts a site called Kiwi Farms. It's basically a, I want to say like a B-board on 4chan, but that's not accurate. It's more like the lol cow board. But basically, it's an internet forum where people archive the life and events of...
It's troll site.
Yeah, yeah. So they archive events of quote-unquote lol cows. So people who do dumb shit on the internet.
I know what it is.
Yeah, no worries, good. So the host of that, Josh Moon. He's been butting heads with Josh Moon because Josh Moon has been hosting shit on Ethan Ralph. And about how badly he's fucking up his life. And he's gotten very shitty about that.
Right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit. Right?
Yeah.
Gas.
Like, oh shit.
Ralph peaked with Worski when he was supposed to fight Tonka.
Yeah, yeah. That was about the peak there.
ZXVO. Chili is explaining for when his vids go national.
When it becomes public information. I'm personally confirmed tonight that Josh Moon, the pedophile owner of Kiwi Farms, is living in Belgrade, Serbia, without a doubt. I wonder what the government there thinks about an international criminal taking up residence. I sure hope no one turns up the heat there. Yeah, I don't think the Serbian government gives the smallest fragment of a fuck. In fact, what is the Serbian government up to now? News. Serbia. Let's see. Montenegro police tear gas protesters against Siberian Orthodox Church. Ooh, Balkan Insight. All the news from Siberia. Kosovo surge furious about jailing the MP for ethnic hatred.
Last I heard, Serbian government doesn't care for much in general.
Yeah, I know. Serbian arms used in Africa's Sahel conflict, Amnesty International. Investigators into Serbian journalist murder still in danger. Think tank defends Serbia hosting secret Afghan government Taliban talks. Balkan states scramble to evacuate stranded citizens from Afghanistan. So yeah, I think the Serbian government might have a few more immediate concerns to deal with than internet drama. After all, the Serbians have a genocide they need to cover up.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You probably didn't expect to see a Killstream.tv video. The shit behind me. That's so they can't dox my location. I'm sure they'll probably dox it eventually, but let's not make it easy for them. So that's why I got the sheet. I'll have things set up better on a different day, but Monday, hopefully. But I just got in
Sorry,
today,
feeling
and I haven't
the
really
audio
had
there.
time to do all the setup and all that stuff. So, I don't know. It's not ready yet. But I wanted to come and talk to you anyway because Kiwi Farms has been harassing some of you who subscribe to the site. They're like calling people up and saying they're involved with Secure Server or with me, and trying to get people to volunteer more info or fuck with them somehow. I just want to tell you that has nothing to do with Secure Server or me. I've talked to Secure Server. None of this actually has to do with either one of us. Somehow they've gotten some kind of numbers, phone number list or something.
Wait,
And they're calling people
hang
up.
on a skedaddle.
Now-
Hang on a skedaddle.
Either one of us.
Ralph is lying. Secure Server was hacked. Personal information, including credit card numbers and addresses, have been made public.
Somehow they've gotten some kind of numbers, phone number list or something.
And credit card info. The Secure Server hack was posted to raid forums first, not Kiwi Farms. Killstream.tv was collateral damage. They were not targeted intentionally by
And
the
they're calling
hackers.
people up. Now, this is annoying. It's fucked up. And I don't know what else to say about it other than take every precaution. If you need to change your infos up, change it up. If you need to change your credit card up, change it up. They don't have that info to my knowledge. Some people, not from us. Now, some people may have cross-referenced elsewhere or, gotten some of this stuff some other way.
Deadpool
Secure Server just not sure at
1985.
this point.
Hey
but
guys,
basically,
chilling.
the
How's it
idea
going? How are
you,
behind
bro?
the Kiwi Farms
Yeah,
attack
pretty good.
is to try to scare all of
Sasalat.
you into not.
WTH is wrong with Americans. And they used to make fun of us Aussies.
Well, hopefully, if we keep fucking up the country, they'll be able to make fun of us again. But, to genuinely answer your question, if I had to point to one thing in particular, I would say it's the education system. I think that's where all of America's problems stem from. And I think specifically within it, an overemphasis on tests being your, the determining factor in your education. Because I think one of the two side effects of having, like, standardized tests, that's why they got abolished in Australia. We don't have standardized testing anymore. Because it was useless. And one of the things they found is that it creates two peripheral psychological effects. Is that when you have tests that will determine your future and your standing in society, it teaches you that A, failure is permanent,
Gas.
and that failure is a bad
Like we
thing.
can't make fun of Aussies. Y'all lost a war to emus.
Yeah, but you've lost more wars in total, so take that. But, where was I up to? Yeah. And the second, layoff effect is that because of the grading system, it also teaches people that, yeah, failure is a bad thing. Even though failure is inevitable, and failure is simply a part of the learning process. It encourages that whole idea of that stupid people are bad people. When in reality, stupid people just need a little more education. One of the other things is that when you have testing as one of the determining factors in the education, what that also incentivizes psychologically is you aren't teaching kids.
Deadpool _1985. Can I join ya on stream, please?
Hang on a quick minute. I need to quickly check on something first. Generally, yes, but just maybe not at the moment. I need to quickly check on something. But before that, the other layoff effect is that if you use standardized testing, you're teaching kids to copy answers, not ask questions. And I think that's what a lot of education systems around the world have discovered, and that's why they've abolished standardized testing. Because that's all you really need to do for a test. You just copy answers
Deadpool
and then you paste them.
_1985.
Whereas what
No problem.
the main thing that should be happening during the education process is you should be making sure that kids have all the tools they need to get somewhere in society. They understand mathematics, they understand fundamental science,
and how to do research. They understand language, that sort of thing. They shouldn't just be centering around tests. And you can kind of see that in American culture, where this is what's so crazy about Americans, and no one really believes me, but I swear to God it's fucking true. Americans aren't dumb, they're just very easily brainwashed. And I think that has everything to... Because here's the thing, when you listen to cunts, Yanks, when they go on about conspiracies, they're very learned in them. They absorb a lot of information, and they're capable of putting that information together and organizing it. So they're clearly an intellectual capacity there. But the problem is they're wasting that intellectual capacity on something that isn't really relevant.
1985. Except algebra. Fuck algebra, it's useless.
Cunt, I'm doing algebra on my goddamn networking shit. You don't need algebra unless you're going into engineering. So again, algebra is important. It's not important to everyone, but it is important. And you should still learn it in case you want to move to that algebraic field in any type of engineering shit. But yeah, because I find with the Yanks, a lot of their mindset is, it's usually the first set of answers, that makes the most sense to them, is usually the set of answers they stick with. And then they defend that set of answers. Obviously that doesn't apply to all of them, but I do notice that sort of mentality going on there. But that's my opinion. To answer your question, well, what's wrong with Americans? I think that's it. The education system and the overemphasis on testing.
Supporting Killstream.tv.
That's my analysis. I'm ChiliBite. For more, please subscribe to chilibite.com.org. Wait, you can't have a .com and a .org?
And
I've been found out.
That's their goal. That's been their goal.
Gas.
For years.
Public school
They've
sucks,
tried
but
to
it's
dox
not
my
our biggest
patrons. They
problem
have doxed
anymore.
my
From a
patrons.
typical
They've
American
set up
view,
websites
Euros and
dedicated
Aussies
to
seem
it. They
docile
set up
and
threads
easier to brainwash.
Public school sucks, but it's not our biggest problem. In my opinion, from a typical American view, Euros and Aussies seem docile and easier to brainwash. Interesting. What makes you say that?
Sasalat. News Corp got an iron grip here.
And even then, despite News Corp having an iron grip, they don't really have as much control as they like to. And you can see that from the response of the public. Public sentiment is slowly but surely turning away from them. And you see that with the Liberal Party as well. Even though they've got all this media backing them, they're nowhere near as radicalized as, say, people who watch Fox News in the States.
Sasalat. Though, I think News Corp has an even stronger grip in the US.
Oh yeah, undeniably. They're hosted there.
With Fox News.
Undeniably.
Deadpool _1985. At Sasalat, do not question Lord Murdoch. LOL.
Do not question the Dark Lord. Darth Murdoch.
Gas. Look at the different reactions to COVID. Y'all are still doing heavy lockdowns, right?
Not... Yes and no, but that's mainly because we have extremely bad vaccination rates, and that was because of the incompetency of the federal government. If we had higher vaccination rates, we wouldn't have as many hard lockdowns.
6th one in my state.
But I mean, here in Queensland, we lock down hard and early, so we don't really have too many lockdowns.
Chili and I are from different states.
Unfortunately for Sasalai, he's partnered up with currently one of the most incompetent state governments, who has caused both major outbreaks in Australia. And despite causing both major outbreaks in Australia, the media still tells everyone that Gladys Berejiklian, the state premier, is somehow the greatest state premier in all of Australia.
Sasalat. That's the reality.
But yeah, the lockdowns, sorry, that's not, that point doesn't stick, because the lockdowns are something unrelated. If we had the same level of vaccination rates as the US, and we were still having much harder lockdowns, despite having much lower case numbers.
People here in Vic are going mad. Deadpool _
Yeah, no doubt about that.
1985.
No doubt about that.
At Sasala, and my condolences, bro.
Yeah, if the context was the same, and the scenario was the same, I would be willing to accept that point, but unfortunately, due to the extreme difference in circumstance, no, it's an irrelevant point. I mean, the government now that we are actually getting vaccines in the country, the government does want to open shit up again. Mind you, they're mainly doing this because they want everyone to forget about COVID as quickly as possible, the same way they wanted everyone to forget about the Black Summer bushfires as quickly as possible, and that's because everything was their own fucking fault. But yeah.
Sasalat. There's been some biff-ass here lately against police.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's a lot of those in the South now. Ah, but I live in Queensland, the nanny state. That's why when we're just like, what, that's fucking bullshit, you can't do that. The government's just like, look, you can take your drugs and go home, just shut the fuck up. And everyone's like, yeah, right, as long as we still get to do drugs. Hey, simple things please simple minds, you know? Well, that's
Gas.
something I need to check up on.
I won't try to convince you. I don't put much stock in foreigners' opinions, as I'm sure you don't. Sasalat. I saw more people on TV in Bork Street during the riots more than I ever have IRL in that area.
Hang on, I won't try to convince you. I don't put much stock in foreigners' opinions, as I'm sure you don't. No, I actually put a lot of stock in foreigners' opinions. It's very important to have someone who's outside the loop. Who's, you know, from the other side of the fence looking over. Because they have a perspective that you can't see, you know. They see the forest while you can only see the trees, so to say. So I think it's very important to listen to the opinions of foreigners. But, that kind of leads into the point I made earlier. You Yanks just get one set of answers and you stick to that one set of answers.
Get in VC, you hoser LMAO.
Shut up, you cunts. My stream. I need to go hit someone up about something specific.
Dedicated to it. They do it every single day. Try to. And so this is not really new shit. But since they're calling people up and they're trying to act like they're associated with Secure Server or with me, I thought it only prudent to put up this video. And so that's what we're doing.
Right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit. Like, I was like, oh shit.
Richmond Juvenile Court Clerk's Office, this is Amanda Gordon. May I help you?
Hi, I'm looking for information on a possible case that might be coming through. I'm not sure if it has yet, but I'd like to know if it has.
Oh, okay.
Wah, wah.
Depends on what it is. We'll look it up and see what information I can give out. What's the case about that you're looking for?
It is,
You goddamn right I will.
Okay, and was it an adult or a juvenile that was charged?
262 underscore.
Both parties are
Hot Horse TW1NK. Deadpool
And they have a relationship that was put in this court.
LOL.
Living together. I mean, the case a couple months ago was nulli prosecuted, but I'm told that the case may have been brought back by the ACA's office, and I'm just
Shit, like there's no one to make it in time. Shit, like there's no one to make it in time. So I had to shit. Like there's no one. So make it in time. So.
Sasalat. It's about everyone else, but I think the creation of Twitter just made things worse in the 21st century.
Oh, undeniably. Social media as a whole was a pretty big fucking mistake.
Deadpool _ 1985.
Alright, we can,
BTW Chili, I got a brand spankin' new laptop.
Oh, nice.
Number feels good, pool.
Give us the deets! Alright, where is the whatchamacallit? Alright, here we go. Hey, Babushka.
Yay!
How's it going, mate?
Awesome. Got a brand new laptop.
Yeah, give us the specs, boy.
Hold on.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Internet cloud posse.
I agree with the outsider perspective in theory, but in practice most people only know what little they hear, and it usually lacks context and nuance.
That's true. But it is they're going to provide you a big picture interpretation of events. And you have to remember, in just the nature of, well, I guess humanity as a whole, how things are perceived play a big role in everything. Because it doesn't matter if something is true or false. It is a sad reality. It doesn't matter if something's true or false. If the wider public perceives it as true, then let's be real, it's practically true.
Schwalb _ 262 _. Did MR Hot Chili Twang see MKY Biz's Degenerate 3D free setup on his last stream?
i5, CPU, 8 gigs of RAM. Yep.
Oh god.
I'm pretty happy with it.
Sasalat.
What?
What i5?
Nothing, keep going.
Schwalb _ 262 _ What
that was about
is
it.
how women feel.
Okay, so what? You got an i5 core processor.
i5 can be 2000 series or 9000 series.
Yeah, what was the series for the i5? 2000 or 9000?
Hold on. What is it? There we go. i5 8265U CPU.
Sasalat. Not bad.
Yeah.
How much,
don't know.
what's your stock on RAM? How much RAM you got?
8 gigs.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty solid.
Gas.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all have a good one.
You're heading off gas? Have a good one, mate. I don't know how... no, it's not the morning yet. I think it's early in the morning. Before 6 a.m.
Schwalb _ 262
Well, for me, it's 8 a.m.
Listen to Professor Geek
Yeah, I
Vogel
think,
i5 expert.
You're on the East
East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think Canada stretches slightly further. So I think you're slightly ahead.
Oh, and speaking of Canada, we're having a fucking federal election. Woo, woo, woo.
Oh, boy. Ah, this is when all the dumb shit comes out to play.
Yep.
And we might have to hawk on that a bit. See if anything stupid comes out.
Schwalb _262
Oh, I
_
guarantee you.
Need 16 GE
All
to
three
run
fucking
3 tabs
candidates,
Indiana
the
Chrome.
major candidates are just fucked in the head. You got the NDP, which are like the
I
far
don't
left.
even know who's in
They're
the running
just,
for the Canadian election.
I mean, they're always kind of. I mean, the only time they've, I think maybe once. You know what? No, I'm gonna have to freaking look this up.
Yeah, well, Sassala, I don't think anyone outside of Canada knows who's running in Canada's election. And no one takes an interest in Canada because you haven't done irreversible damage to the world. I mean, come on, guys, get with the program. Oh, God. Do I want to click it? Ah, into the breach. Into the breach we go. Oh, God.
Sasalat. Looks NSFW.
Oh, God.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another epic episode of Doggy Business Live. I'm your host, DJ Axel, and don't you forget it, guys. And today, I'm gonna give you all
Sasalat.
nuzzies.
This is bad.
Lem.
Sasalat. Yeah, bye.
No, I'm putting my helmet on. I quit. I'm bringing my big sister into this. There we go. All right. we need a helmet on and some armor. We've gone into
I don't blame
that
you.
level of degeneracy. Is it a cool movie?
Alright, so I wanted to start this video off by saying no. I'm not doing a fucking magnets joke. I'm not even going to touch it. Not going to be talking about pelicans at Frisco Bay.
Oh shit, this is old school fucking Mr. Medica. This was when he was... I think he was just Jim... Was it Jim 87? Jim? I think that's what it was.
81 Jim 81?
Yeah. Something like that. This is OG shit. We'll get to that. We'll get back to that one.
Yeah, the NDP has never formed the federal government. The closest they've actually come is to becoming the official opposition.
Okay.
So basically, it's always been the fucking they've always been kind of the third wheel, and it's mainly been the conservatives and liberals trading power.
Yeah. I think we talked about this. The closest equivalent to us would be the Greens Party.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then the conservatives, the Tories, their leader, Aaron Toole, is just like his name. He's a tool, and the conservatives they're not even ready to govern their own party, let alone the country. Which leaves us with fucking Trudeau, which is fuck me, no more, no. We do not want 4 more years. Like, I think maybe I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but the best option might be a liberal minority government, so that the conservatives can get their fucking house in order.
Speaking of
and
Libs had a spill today in
and
Vic.
actually find someone competent to lead the party. For fuck's sake.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, just no coordination.
Oh, no, absolutely not. So, basically, I'm fucked.
Oh,
if I want to vote, I might just like go to the polling station and drop penis on the ballot and say fuck you all.
The classic dick vote. Yeah, you get that one pulled a lot in Australia. Make sure to put some effort into it too.
Really?
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
all fucked.
Draw some like veins.
Yeah.
Throbbing.
Cunts do that. I do.
Oh god, that's hilarious.
Like whenever me and my mates go out to vote, we just get together and we're just like, anyone vote? And they're like, no, we just drew dicks. And then we talk about the quality of the dick we drew. I remember one time I drew the most. There was one election where I drew the most detailed dick. One of my other mates just did a quick dick and left because he just wanted it over and done with. And then another mate, he he pretty much he drew as many to cover the whole page with it. So there was like there was something like 30 different dicks just filling up the page.
My god.
Hang on. Victoria Liberal Party. Spill. Here we go. Let's go to the ABC.
Sasalat. Second spill in 6 months.
Yep, that's a great sign. Matthew Guy replaced Michael O'Brien as the Victorian Liberal leader. Blah blah blah, as outlined as cover, blah blah blah. Took the party leadership, blah 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 blah. After O'Brien decided not to contest the ballot after a successful spill motion this morning, the second challenge to his leadership in 6 months, has been elected to blah blah blah. To get airtime as a state position during Congress, and it's getting up in return. It's just not just limited to Australia. Blah 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 blah. Now calls for the party to unify under the new leader after losing leadership. Blah blah blah. I think they really do support and Matthew deserves it. No less than blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. It is soul destroying to lead a party to the result we had in 2018, and I knew Matthew felt it very personally. He has certainly learned and very attuned. Nationalist leader Peter Walsh urged Mr. Guy to bring positivity to the role and do not dwell on the poor luck show in 2018. Oh yeah. So yeah, another leadership spill. And Liberals have had a lot of that around the place. But yeah, and it's a sign of poor leadership within the party.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, we've had fucking a ton of spills over on the fucking federal level. I am genuinely surprised that Scott Morrison hasn't been thrown out yet, because he's so far been of all the leaders we threw out, from fucking Kevin Rudd, Julia Gillard, Tony Abbott, Malcolm Turnbull, and in brackets Peter Dutton, because he was supposed to inherit after the spill of Malcolm Turnbull, but he was so shit that he couldn't even do that. But yeah, of all the people that have had leadership spills and been preemptively revoked from office of prime ministership, they were all still better.
I'd say Morrison is by far the worst.
Yeah, I know, right? Because even with cunts like Tony Abbott, and Tony Abbott was a dropkick fucking idiot, man. He was a laughingstock on the world stage. He at least still had the most bare level fundamental thing of any leader. And that is, he has a vision. Now, mind you, Tony Abbott's vision for the country was to send us back to 14th century Europe, but it's still at least a vision. It's something. It is a goal he is working towards. But the problem with him is the goal is fucking terrible and he has no idea how he's going to do it. The guy was genuinely just an idiot. Whereas Scott Morrison we have now is that horrific blend, that wonderfully horrific blend of stupid and malicious. And so what you end up with is just a fucking parasite.
I reckon Abbott is more competent than Morrison.
Yeah, I do. Like, if nothing else, he's just more objective based. He's got the bare minimum to be a leader. Scott Morrison is just a fucking parasite. That's his job. he just sinks his fucking teeth into anywhere, any font of power, and then he just sucks it until it eventually, he kills it and himself along with it. But in his case, normally he ends up nearly killing it, and then someone takes Scott Morrison out and then puts him into something else to go suck it out of. He fucked up Tourism New Zealand so bad, they fired him and sent him off to Tourism Australia. Then he fucked up Tourism Australia, making one of the worst ads of all time. Which was the,
oh god,
the Australian, "Where the bloody hell are you" ad, which was so fucking offensive, and this was for an Asian market. It was so fucking offensive that it actually decreased
Where the bloody
tourism.
hell are you?
And here's the thing, he even, later on in his career, here's the funniest part, later on in his career, during the Abbott's reign, he had a whole ad campaign to tell foreigners not to immigrate to Australia because he said, we're making refugee status illegal. And his ad, his tourism ad for "Where the bloody hell are you?" did more to deter foreigners immigrating to Australia than his actual ad telling people to fuck off and not come here. That's how shit it was.
My god.
And then, yeah, after fucking up Tourism Australia, he then moved into the lower parts of the government, including the Treasury, where he fucked that up one up, fucking up every fucking role he was assigned to, until eventually he ended up in fucking the Prime Ministership, where he currently fucks up the entire country, just sucking the blood dry out of it.
Mm-hmm. God damn it.
For the person that was charged?
Like, that's the only positive thing I can really think of to say about Scott Morrison, because he's so shit. The only positive thing I can say is that he's a very efficient and effective parasite.
Sasalat. I blame him for Delta.
Wow.
Like, I don't know what, like, there's no other virtues to the guy. He's just that bad.
I mean, that's a stretch calling that a virtue. Fucking hell.
Well, I mean, that's the only purpose I can think for this cunt. He's just a very efficient parasite. Like, I don't know what else, like, you know me, I try to give everyone a fair go.
Julius Echo.
But yeah.
Let me call in and defend SCOMO.
Yeah, boy. Hop into the Discords, Julian. Go tell us all about jobs and growth, mate. Oh, actually, here's a funny one. So, basically, Scott Morrison got into deep shit because it's believed that the person he assigned as Attorney General was involved in a sex scandal where he was allegedly raped somebody who is now since committed suicide. And there was also another shit there was a bunch of other shit that came out during this time period about
He went to NSW for Father's Day.
I didn't know about that. It sounds about right. But yeah, there were a bunch of sex scandals surrounding the Liberal Party of just a lot of that was the most the cherry on top, but there was a bunch of other shit of just general sexual harassment, mistreatment, and just ministers behaving very questionably around females.
Oh my god.
Sasalat.
Yeah,
Porter?
yeah, Christian Porter. That's the Attorney General's name. But yeah, the recently he's gone, obviously because of that, the Liberal Party has gone on this whole fucking feminist angle where they're like, oh, we care so much about women, coincidentally now of all fucking times. And he recently went to a fucking summit to talk about I can't remember what it was. Hang on, Scott Morrison women. Yeah, the Women's Safety Summit. This is it. Women's Safety Summit.
Sasalat. Oh man. That Hillsong scandal a while back.
Yeah, there's another one, the Hillsong scandal. So, Scott Morrison was, there's a bit of scandal of, Scott Morrison being related to a guy who covered up his father sexually abusing people in the church. Well, when I say people, I mean children.
Ooh.
You know how the Catholics are with their altar boys. And yeah, so the guy, Scott Morrison goes to this national summit on women's safety to go have a wank there, and then pretty much gets yelled at the whole way through. Let's see if there's any fun ones in here. Someone was called after being here, went public about the allegation she was raped, blah, 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 blah. There have been no commitments to the call. I had to admit that after the last 4 days, I'm somewhat disappointed. Despite the advocacy of the women's movement for decades, and despite the progress we're making here in Victoria, the national conversation has been really slow to shift. Platitudes are plentiful, but there have been no commitments from the Commonwealth. Blah, 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 also criticised the government for failing to take enough action, saying words are not enough, while West Australian Prime Minister for Women's Interests, Simone McGurk, said the Commonwealth has not made significant progress on women's safety in years. If the Commonwealth was serious about women's safety, it would be leading reforms to improve women's economic security, advancing primary preventative, and addressing the housing affordability crisis, which is deepening across our country. Statements prompted a rebuke from Federal Minister for Women, Maurice Payne, who told the summit the Commonwealth had prioritised women's safety, allocating more than $1 billion in the last budget. We've worked constructively and collaborated with states and national territories. We blah, 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 blah. Hang on. We've welcomed that input and moved past so many of the political differences that bedevil governments these days, exacerbated by clickbait efforts on social media, exacerbated by small-minded political point scoring, when we are, in fact, together so much stronger and so much more than that. I would be decently concerned.
Morrison's Father's Day blunder is on the right side of that page.
Oh, true. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nice. I would be deeply concerned if that nonpartisan approach was to be thrown away by some now for their own reasons. I'm absolutely convinced in constructive, collaborative, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. The point is the guy sucks, and it was pretty funny. What's this? So this is the Father's Day blunder.
Oh, God.
So, hang on. What's this? Headline. Scott Morrison's Father's Day blunder shows his greatest obstacle is himself. Well, let's be honest, we all figured that one out. The cunt should not be in the position he's in. He really shouldn't. Scott Morrison got to look deep into the eyes of the man that would be the greatest obstacle ever, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't a label, blah, blah, blah. Day later, he would find himself back at that building having to defend his actions as outrage erupted following a secret Father's Day trip to Sydney. It's a beat up. Prime Minister insisted before seeking to explain his action, but as the adage goes in politics, the adage goes in politics, if you're explaining, you're losing. The trouble for Morrison is it's not the first time he's found himself in this situation. Yes, there's a time he went on a secret vacation to Hawaii, blah, 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 blah. Then there was a trip to the G7 summit where he went on a side trip. Yeah, he went on vacation when he was supposed to be doing his job. Again, secrecy at his heart. And yeah, so this is him covering up that he went on a secret vacation.
Oh, you...
So there's the one, yeah, secretly going into New South Wales.
Well, I believe that's the same as Trudeau, though. I believe that Trudeau also went fucking down to, like, somewhere in the fucking Caribbean.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that one.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Yeah, but has he pulled it off 3 times? 2 of which...
Oh, no.
Actually, no, was it? No, yeah, 2 of which during a national crisis. Yeah, boy.
Oh.
Step back, Trudeau. Let me show you a real fucking idiot at work.
Yeah, clearly.
Others pointed out that despite being with his family in person, Morrison opted for an older photo to post on his Instagram with a caption that left many assuring they were all a part of his Father's Day. It also ignores the nation has secured such request to codes that would allow Prime involved with secrecy needed. In doing so, their own offices, despite being in the same building. Just days earlier, Morrison was criticising Queensland's decision to allow families of rugby players to enter the state while others were locked out. Now finds himself facing accusations of a double standard. Yeah, Queensland, yeah! Iron State, fuck the South! Labour and coalition politicians currently quarantining in Howard Springs have been able to move freely, blah blah blah. It's not that he doesn't deserve to see his kids, but so does every other Australian. And I think when your people are doing it tough, you've got to do it tough too, said former Labour leader Bill Shorten. Lessons for Labour to reflect on, blah, 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 blah. No one cares about that. Alright. Good memes. Scott Morrison being Scott Morrison. He's also, he's coined the term, who knows, he might be able to drop this one every now and then over in Canada. But we got a term now called pulling a ScoMo, which is going on vacation during the peak of a crisis. Secretly, as well. Secretly. So that's pulling a ScoMo now. He owns it. Alright. Now, back to
Finn Oliver Ralph.
It's understandable to
Last
want
name
to
Ralph?
visit your kids.
Yes.
But there's a double standard when he can and we can't.
Yeah, exactly, Cecily. And especially for someone who's the Prime Minister, it's the classic thing of you have to lead by example. Because it begs the whole question, if you aren't even going to follow your own fucking standards, why the fuck should anyone else?
Yep.
And, you know, it feeds into the resentments that lead to the lockdown protests and shit like that. And naturally, as it is with people, they don't understand how the whole machine works. But they're still angry, and they still want to hold someone accountable. Or they simply want to show off how angry they are. And unfortunately, the people that have to deal with that are the police, who don't really have any control on anything. They're just there to keep the peace. And look, I don't really have anything against the bottom end of the cops. Yeah, you get a few dickheads here and there, but I think generally the bottom end of our cops they're fine, you know, they're fine.
Funny comedy fun. I am an expert on all things Scott Morrison. Add me to your Discord, please.
Hang on a minute, where's me in... Actually, no, the invite button's on my YouTube. Actually, no, if you're on my fucking Twitch, it should have a link on there as well. Yeah, where me channel? What's all this thing? What's all this thing? Ah, there you go. See, there's Discord right there. What's all this thing? Use your fucking eyes, Julian. How's it going, mate?
Hey!
Welcome to the party.
I made it. I fucking made it.
How you doing in Brisbane? Are you guys still in lockdown?
Oh no, but we've been having to wear fucking masks since the lockdown.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we don't have to outside now, so that's...
Oh, yeah. Well ventilated, I'd assume.
A lot of people still do, though, oddly enough. But I don't know. I've got both my shots, so I, you know... I'm kind of open to COVID at this point.
I don't know if it's the
I'm
same
open
charge,
to... Anyway,
but...
I'm here to defend Scott Morrison, to do the undoable.
God.
Scott Morrison is a very he's good at
Not Victorian level yet.
Well, you know, when he spoke to his wife, clearly clearly his best friend is his wife, so obviously he's connected to women and fuck, I don't know, how do they do it all day?
Well, you see, jobs and growth.
I just did it for 1 minute and I feel out of breath.
I don't know, maybe that's why the Murdoch press always goes
he's
on
good
about
at he's good at promptly getting people who should be getting criminally charged out of Australia very quickly. Like a reverse Australia. Reverse colonization.
Yeah. It shows how far Australians fallen when we're getting criminals out of the country.
Well, that you mentioned him earlier. It was the guy from Hillsong who
Yeah,
covered for his father.
Yeah, I can't remember that fucking cunt's name.
So he was literally about to be charged, and then all of a sudden now he's in the States.
Yeah. And then after
I mean,
they find
me
out
personally, I want to go to like Vancouver or the US, but you know, technically the government. I mean, I haven't asked for an exemption yet, but technically they won't let me until they're saying December the 17th.
Yeah.
But you know, let out a fucking guy who's covered up pedophilia and probably has a few fucking, you know, of his own fucking. What would you call it? You know, the thing that skeletons in the closet. That's the one.
What about
dead kids in the closet? Yeah.
Dead
great
childhoods
minds
in the
think
closet.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I came to say. But it's been happening otherwise.
Fucking uni for me. I'm at the moment just trying to get the rust off. What about you? How's working in the old... You still working at the bottle line?
Yeah, but I don't know. I have a feeling the end is near. Not a feeling. I'm kind of just done with it. So.
Oh yeah. Gonna move on.
I'm thinking either end of the year or start of the year. At this point, probably leaning on start of the year because it's the less dick thing to do is to, you know, as opposed to quitting right before Christmas. But
you're on your own, nerds. Enjoy your Christmas sale, fags.
Yeah, because I do a fair portion of.
Sorry.
Yeah, I do a fair portion. Anyway, yeah. But I'm thinking I'm probably just gonna fucking move somewhere, or at least get a better job.
Oh yeah.
But we'll see. I might end up unemployed for a while, like the rest of the world. But
it's the
at least I'll have more time to do stuff.
Yeah, it's the Australian dream, mate. Getting paid to do nothing. The dole.
Well, you know, the fucking dole bludgers I'm not a fan of is these fucking this fucking Scott Morrison in Parliament. You think we're getting a bunch of fucking...
Yeah, I reckon these pulleys are the biggest dole bludgers of all, you know?
Yeah, I sincerely do. And what you were saying about him constantly trying to get on holiday, does he really do that much, like, when he's not trying to go on holiday, though?
No, actually...
He's usually just trying to sidestep stuff and wait for, like, positive news from the Olympics or from, like, the sports.
Statistically speaking, fun fact, Scott Morrison has spent the least amount of time in Parliament House than any other Australian politician.
Yep,
So...
and has been in power the longest.
Yeah.
In, like, over a decade.
So cunts in the span of like 1 year have done more fucking work than he has, and
yeah,
he's heading
it's just ridiculous here.
Sasalat.
Deadpool, I'm guessing you're based in Canada since you brought up Trudeau, but...
Sasalat. He's been in the power the longest.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, well, say what you want about him, but I was watching some random fucking footage. That guy knows how to fucking work a crowd, man.
Yeah, well, his dad was a super charismatic. Well, that's it. Well,
kind of out a bit.
Actually,
you're lagging a bit. Sorry, just gonna have to repeat that.
Oh, sorry. So, his dad was super charismatic. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, but there's actually
I don't know anything about him.
Pierre Elliott Trudeau is his dad. Because
is he a politician too, or?
Yeah. Well, that's where
right, rich politician kid who like, you know, I appeal to you. He's like, yeah, he's got Clinton or Bush written all over him type of thing.
Yeah. The family dynasty.
Yep.
Imagine the world we would have lived in if Jeb Bush won the Republican nomination.
Oh, the world would just be a better place.
God.
I think we can all agree.
I think the world would be, I don't know, I think COVID wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Jeb would have immediately saved the US and all of Western society from COVID.
Okay.
was like, oh shit, like there's no one to make it.
And you know what I reckon? I reckon Jeb 2024, bitches.
Bringing it back, boys.
3 bushes. Speaking of George Bush, it's just a matter of days. This Saturday is the 20th anniversary of 9/11.
Yeah, holy fuck.
I wonder what they got in store this time around.
9/11
Sounds like a restaurant. 3 bushes.
9/11 2.0, 0.2.0, and then someone with fucking Delta strain, fucking, I don't know. The building just like sprays Delta strain.
Double the terrorists, double the towers, double the action. Only available on Disney Plus. 9/11
Yeah,
2.
That's my little, and I'm taking money bets on it, by the way. That's my little my little theory is that that's why the U.S. and all the Western countries suddenly jumped out of the Afghanistan when the Taliban were taking over. Because think about it, the whole reason they entered to begin with was because of 9/11, and right now there's like more anger than ever towards the U.S. government from the world. So if there's suddenly a big world event that justifies the U.S. like raiding the fuck out of the Middle East once again, then, you know, everyone will suddenly be okay with it again, because, you know, 9/11 too. So I reckon Saturday or Sunday, then I don't know.
But they wouldn't
We'll
go.
see.
They wouldn't go.
I
If they
just-
wanted
I
to
just
try
think that
something
maybe-
like
Once
that,
again.
they'd probably go for something like Taiwan.
And
rather
I
than
say this
Italy.
as someone who probably has a lot to lose if something does happen, but because I've a lot of money invested, but well, that's why
It
Monday morning I
was
just shot everything. I guess
set for a raid on August the 13th.
it'd be on a Saturday. It'd be fine.
I had to shit my fucking pants like above my brain.
Maybe it would make Bitcoin go up. Who knows? Since Bitcoin can never be, you know, flown into by a tower, it's more protected that way. You know, more secure.
What if it was like they're having like a 9/11 event, but instead of like Al Qaeda, it's Jeff Bezos and his rocket? Like you just have a bunch of terrorists hijack Jeff Bezos' rocket, and then they use that to commit the attack.
Oh god.
Also, for some reason, my mic like refuses to send it through when I'm laughing, so I'll just like go quiet, and then.
It's probably.
But I want
cutting
all
out
of my
too much
laughter
of it.
to. No, I want my microphone to be on 24/7, if anything,
Mm-hmm. Especially when.
and then I'll have a reason to talk to myself. You know. Hold on a sec. Whatever. When I go completely silent, you can just assume that I'm laughing my stupid ass off.
Yep.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
This was during high school.
Yeah, that comes through, but not like, you know, a positive human emotion. Get it together, Discord.
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
Oh, hey, yeah. Also, I forgot to tell you, I'm coming up to Townsville this month.
Oh, nice! Yeah, boy,
But
we'll go get on the
literally-
beers.
Yeah, literally for 4 days there.
Oh, well. That's enough time to get hammered.
I didn't want to test guard, you know.
Fuck, I just hope I don't have to do anything by then.
Well,
Wanna
yeah.
see an
it's-
ad for
and
Australia?
I'm not sure where your whole stance is on it, but I'm coming up on the 17th and leaving on the 20th.
17th. Yeah, hopefully that should be right. Want to see an ad for Australia? Yes, yes, I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Nathan's wedding, but I'm gonna try and be a good boy. Try.
Yeah,
Actually,
try.
I'll probably be pretty relaxed for it, you know, like. But as soon as that's done, I'm probably gonna get on the piss with Chris
Salat.
in the city. So.
On YouTube/watch.
And do a bunch of very
E
unchristian
equals
things to make up for it.
GHWG45.
Attaboy!
So yeah, you're welcome to come.
Yeah, boy.
but I don't know what did Nathan is he letting you? I'm pretty sure he didn't want me in the first place, but now he's like, oh, all right. I think it's because I had a conversation with him about God recently.
Oh, Eureka Stockade!
But
I don't know if I got an invite. I don't think I did.
what?
I don't think I got an invite.
Well, you can be my date then, maybe.
We're gay now.
Plus one.
My gay date, and we'll get married before they do. It's legal now.
Indian knives in Australian schools.
Policy allows students from the Sikh community.
Well,
to wear
us
a
joking
kirpan
about
for
this is
religious
probably the
reasons.
reason why neither
Same
of us
knife used in a
got
stabbing at
invited in the
Glenwood
first
High School
place.
in May this year. The blade must be 8.5 centimeters or smaller, sewn into cloth and stored safely during physical activity.
No, I'll see. I've been to one wedding
full of wildlife
before, and I was pretty bored. But at least there was like free mimosas. So.
and it could all be yours.
As long as
Let's
there's,
see how beautiful
I
it
mean, there
is.
will be alcohol.
In
But I should probably get onto it. If
Australia
there's
currently
not going to be
accepts
alcohol, I might
3,000
just
inmates
opt out.
and tickets are only 10,000.
True.
On arrival,
Or
you can
I'll
relax
send
as
you
you're provided
instead,
with a
Luke,
shuttle
and you just
to take you
every
directly
time
to your
someone
holdings at
calls you
your
Luke, you go,
hotel,
"No, I'm Julian. I'm
where
on
you'll
the
be given
list."
3 square meals a day delivered to your door
I don't know.
that you will not be given the key to. We kindly ask that
I
you
know
don't
Chili's
open
real
the door
name.
7348.
if there is a fire alarm.
One
Yeah,
becomes
so do I. I
famous.
went to high
Make
school
your
with
way
him.
to the
By
nearest
followers,
check
primes
wait
and
for
viewers on
further
big follows.
instruction or immolation.
Yeah, me and him
They
were
seem
like,
like prisoners
well, we
who
both used
have
to animate
more
like a
freedom
fuck
and
ton in high
privilege.
school, and then we
They're
got
actually
lazy,
under some
and
of the
then
most
now he's not as
intense
lazy,
surveillance
and I'm
of
less
After
lazy,
2
but in
weeks of
different
good
ways
behavior,
to
you'll be
animate.
allowed outside to explore the wondrous
yeah,
nature
that's
you'll
our
find
backstory.
within 5 kilometers of your house. Inmates, of
Yay.
course, should stay to their assigned cells. However, conjugal visits
So,
are allowed.
are you
provided
based
you
in
register your
Vancouver,
sexual
or where
partner
are you
with
based?
the
No, in
You
Ontario.
will need to register
Oh, the
your
shit
single
side.
buddy to make sure that people aren't abusing
fuck
that
off.
rule.
Talk about a success story.
For your safety, guards will be patrolling the streets.
Nah,
the
well,
air,
I haven't been
and
to that
playgrounds
side. I've only
for
been to
happy children.
Vancouver.
Meeting someone in the open air,
It's okay.
well, that's fine. Going on a drive, of course,
You know where things
that's
happen.
fine. And showing your face in
Ah.
public is totally fine.
Police have evidence
I
that
actually
you're
know
doing the
someone
wrong
else
thing
who
in any of
lives,
these categories. These
I think
additional fines will
either,
apply.
I don't
Be
know, a
aware,
random
though,
town like
drinking
out
outside
from either
without a
Toronto or
mask is
Ontario.
currently illegal.
So you will no longer be able to remove your mask.
So
to drink
somewhere
a
on
cocktail.
the east
To
coast.
drink with a mask,
Or,
we
oh, I
suggest
said
you
coast.
simply
Somewhere on the
tilt your
east
head back
half.
and have a friend pour it over your head. Australia's economy currently runs on an Epsom
Yeah, I'm around
545,
Toronto.
and the country is full of amazing sights and scenery. The two
Yep.
you're allowed to visit are the infirmary and the
No, I've
commissary.
never actually
When
been
you are
there,
shopping,
so
we
I
ask
try
that
not
you
to
don't
judge
browse
the place
for the
too
products
much
you need
before I've
and
been.
just simply consume.
And I probably will visit at some point, especially if I can, if they'll let me
Please
into
refrain
Canada
from talking
at some
to your
point
fellow
soon.
inmates.
So.
Yeah, you
Don't
bad
start
boy.
the conversation.
It's just not safe, as bedtime is
Well,
strictly
it's
at 9
not a
p.m.
matter of
staying up past your
it's
bedtime.
more that right now with
is fine.
their
Australia,
hard closure,
the
they're
most
only allowing
successful
essential
country
workers
in
to
the
get
world
working holiday
at
visas.
flattening the curve.
Mm-hmm.
And I think,
So see you soon then, yeah?
wait, are you the real Deadpool?
Well, they're both Canadian.
You bear shit in the woods.
And it's set for council advisement on
All right,
September
I
the
see what's
10th.
happening.
Okay.
All right.
Same day.
What?
Yeah.
So
yes. So. It's disseminate images of another. We don't actually call it revenge.
What? Tell us
porn,
what
quote,
you
unquote.
think is happening.
You tell me what you think I think.
You first, I
It's all
asked.
Not my channel, BTW.
That is my answer.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I don't know, I'm just being stupid. I just finished a fucking long day of work and I got 2 days off, so just being fucking
Sweet.
I gotta work
just
in the
being
morning
fucking
tomorrow.
stupid.
Actually, fuck, I actually gotta go to bed.
Just a perspective from Vic and NSW.
Yeah.
No worries.
I know.
All right, well I know how to interrupt your stream now. Now that I'm
Yeah, feel free
more
to do
effectively than waiting for a text to speech anyway.
it. But yeah, pop by anytime, mate. I'm very rarely doing
Yeah,
something
it's good
more
meeting you,
important.
man.
Yeah, nice to. I think we've maybe talked some small point before as well, but yeah.
Yeah, every now and then.
Absolutely.
But yeah.
I'll be a recurring special guest.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Where I come in and I try to justify the things that Scott Morrison has done.
We're now bringing in our expert of the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
To talk about Scott
Morrison. I saw your stream pop up on my phone.
I guess that'd kind of be like being his wife, hey? Like when she catches up with her friends, hey?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's just he's going through a lot right now.
So he needs that vacation.
Yeah. Our family, we've had a lot of
Sasalat.
stress. Had a lot of stress.
Because I followed you at Yoshi's.
Oh yeah. And do you stream Sessa?
It's been hard for a lot of families, but we're in a position of Sorry, what was your question?
No, sorry, I was asking Sasalai if he streams.
Sasalat.
Ah, yes.
I do.
Hang on.
Do you stream all over everyone
Sasalat.
when you go to the bathroom?
Randomly.
Close enough for me.
I like to.
What? That looks familiar, but I don't know what from. No, actually, I revoked that. I don't think I realized what that's from.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Or what I'm talking
guy
about.
In chat. Oh, you've been playing Nakara Blade Pointer. Chinese sword fight, battle royale. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been completely ignoring the losers in the chat. Well, if I'm going to defend the LNP, I have to ignore the public.
Sasalat. Sword fight.
I don't know what to move it. God, so Chinese,
Well,
man.
it's. Well, the thing about Canadian politics is the only actual decent politician was Jack Layton. But the problem is he fucking died of cancer, so it's like, fuck.
God's like, none of that.
Nope.
Yeah, right. Best case scenario, right?
Looks like one got away.
Exactly. Fucking hell.
Maybe God was gonna kill every politician except for him, and then he got it wrong.
Anime, man.
That was nasty.
Our armor is whole.
Fuck yeah, I might have to watch you play some of this, because I know my mates are starting to get into Nakara Blade Point. Right after they got me into fucking For Honor. Which is meh. It's meh.
Oh, you're talking nerd shit again.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Sword fighting
But
games.
pleasure talking, and I'll ring you randomly when I'm up in Townsville.
Yeah, buddy. Looking forward to it, mate.
All right. Take care, man.
And I'll be a recurring guest every week. Every week.
Every
week that Scott Morrison fucks up.
Which is every week.
Which will be a lot, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, but yeah,
That'd be great.
I'm gonna jump ship because I do actually have to get to bed.
Morrison expert.
All right.
I got
Hey,
work at
boys.
like 7:30.
All right.
This ain't the last time.
I'll catch you guys around 8.
Talk to you all soon, wieners.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Alright. But yes, I already have you followed, Cecily. So I will have to keep, like a hawk, I will keep my eyes locked on you. But yes, that'll be it for this stream. Where's the button I'm looking for? Aha! Nyak, nyak, nyak.
Time.
Yeah, neither do I, really.
Sasalat. It's more like if someone asks me to stream.
Yeah, boy. I might have to go get Nakara Blade Works then. We'll go play some games of that, see what that's like. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have a designated streaming time. I just don't have the luxury to organize that shit, because yeah, with uni going on, I do uni and I work part-time, and just generally speaking, my life is pretty chaotic. I move around a lot and blah blah blah, so it's very difficult for me to organize shit like that. I try to stream every day to do work, like work on an animation or whatever, and then on the weekends I might play games or some shit. And yeah, I'll be honest, there's no consistency from me either. But I do like streaming. You know, I like hanging out with you guys. I like seeing what weird shit you show me and what weird shit you guys are getting up to. I just think it's fun to be a member of a community or some shit like that.
I don't stream ranked because of stream snipers.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Fair enough. Yeah, we could just do casuals, like the filthy scum we are. But hey, that's that we can always sort this out another time. In the meantime, it's time for me to jump ship and go get cushy for work tomorrow. Ah, fuck. I hate work. Oh well, such is life. It's not the worst job I've worked. I've worked worse. You know what? I don't mind work. Work's pretty good, you know? Now that I think about it. Anywho, I'm jumping ship. So I'll catch all you guys next time, eh? Bye! Sayonara!